Chair Bursey, we are live on YouTube.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I welcome everybody to the May 2nd, 2022 meeting of the Nevada Tax Commission. Before I ask Ms. Padovano to take roll call, I'd like to introduce our new commissioner. I think we're all aware we have a brand new tax commissioner. His name is Jeffrey Roederer. Jeff's been a lawyer in Reno and Northern Nevada for over 30 years. He was formerly with the Nevada AG's office, where he's going to bring all that experience to his work on the commission. He was legal counsel to the Departments of Transportation and Taxation. He represented the Tax Commission, the State Board of Equalization, the Gaming Commission, the Gaming Control Board. He's been practicing currently in gaming regulatory matters. He's active with the State Bar Association. He's a graduate of UNR, where he's currently chair of the UNR Foundation Board of Trustees. He's involved in the Boyd School of Law and Gaming Law in an advisory capacity. And with all of that, let's welcome our new commissioner. Welcome, Jeff.
Welcome.
Tina, would you take the roll, please?
Commissioner Lippman,
Present.
Commissioner Roedifer,
Present.
Commissioner Brown,
Present.
Commissioner Johnson,
Present.
Commissioner Wren,
Present.
Commissioner Byram,
Present.
Commissioner Witt,
Present.
and Chair Bursey.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask if there's any public comment from let's first start with the Nevada Department of Taxation office in Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City in person who would like to make public comment?
This is Melissa Flatley. It doesn't appear there's anyone.
Thank you, Chief Deputy Executive Director. Is there anyone in the Las Vegas office who'd like to make public comment?
Good morning. This is Mixali Arambula, Department of Taxation, Las Vegas. No public comment.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the telephone who would like to make public comment? And if you would, please dial *9 to be put in the queue for comment. Anybody showing up on *9?
I don't see any public comment on Zoom or the telephone.
Okay, on Zoom or the telephone. Thank you. I think next on the agenda is for Chief Deputy Director Flatley to administer the oath to all parties who are testifying, please.
Thank you, Chair Bursey. So if anyone on Zoom, the telephone, or in either of the locations is planning on testifying today, please raise your right hand. By testifying today, you are confirming that you've raised your hand, you've taken this oath, and that your testimony during these proceedings will be truthful. You may put your hands down. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the minutes of the meetings of February the 18th, 2022 and March the 7th, 2022. I think we take them separately, and in any event, I would need to because in the first minutes I was not present, so I would be abstaining from those. Consideration for approval of the February 18th, 2022 minutes. Are there any corrections or additions to those minutes? Is there any discussion of the minutes? Could I have a motion, please, to approve them?
Commissioner Brown motions to approve.
Move to approve.
I think I heard Commissioner Brown first. Was there a second?
Second, Commissioner Witt.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of February 18th, 2022. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions, I would abstain.
Chair Bursey, since I was not at that meeting, I'm going to abstain as well.
And who's, is that?
This is
Mr.
Jeff
Rutherford?
Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Rutherford. Consideration for approval of the March 7th, 2022 minutes of the Nevada Tax Commission. Are there any additions or corrections? Is there a motion to approve them?
Commissioner Witt, move to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Witt. A second?
Commissioner Wren, second.
Thank you, Commissioner Rand. It's been moved and seconded to approve those minutes. Is there any more discussion on them? All in favor of approving the minutes, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Minutes approved.
And Chair Bursey, I'll reinstate my abstention on these as well, since I was not at that meeting. This
Thank
is,
you, Commissioner Rutherford.
thank you.
We have one item that I know of that will be removed from the agenda. It's the Bonatel LLC. Item 5B1 is being removed at the request of staff, and it will be heard at the June 27th meeting. Commissioners, we're going into the consent agenda. Are there any items you'd like to have pulled for questions or further discussion?
Madam Chair, this is
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Byram. I would like to pull item 3E1, Andre F. Arisa.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that, Commissioner Byram? On
It's consent calendar item 3E1, Andre F. Arisa.
my 3B1 is under waiver of penalty and interest. Am I looking at the wrong?
E as in
E1.
elephant.
Yeah.
E.
E.
Oh, okay, sorry,
E1.
I'm sorry, I misheard.
That's okay.
3E1, thank you, we'll hold that one.
And in the same section, E3, High Win, I believe, is the taxpayer's name. So E is an elephant 3. So consent calendar 3E3.
Thank you, Commissioner Lippman, we'll pull that one.
Thank you.
Anyone else have an item they'd like to pull for discussion?
Please, Chair Bursey, this is Commissioner Brown. It would be 3B7, which is the Girl Scouts of the United States.
May I have a motion then to approve the consent calendar with the exception of items 3B7, 3E1, and 3E3.
Commissioner Wren, so moved.
Second,
I'm sorry, was there a second?
Commissioner Rutherford.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar with the 3 exceptions noted. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's take them in order. Commissioner Brown, you wanted item 3B7 pulled, Girl Scouts of the United States of America.
Thank you, Chair Bursey.
Just 1 second, excuse me, Commissioner Brown. For the department, Dahlia Andrade is available to answer any questions. I want to make sure she's here, though.
Yes, I am here. Dahlia Andrade, tax Program
Thank you.
Supervisor 3. However, Karen Ebright will be answering the questions, and she is here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I'm just curious, I would expect that the Girl Scouts organization would be tax exempt to begin with. And so I'm just, maybe some explanation as to why they're on the waiver of penalty and interest listing.
So this is Karen Ebright, Revenue Officer 2 for the Department of Taxation in Reno. When we got the application for the voluntary disclosure for Girl Scouts of the United States of America, it's for a nationwide Girl Scouts. So we went ahead and let them participate in the voluntary disclosure. And then once the voluntary disclosure is over and done with, we were going to recommend doing a tax exempt for them.
Okay, so then it's just the parent organization and likely the local organization is already tax exempt, but that this is, what you're telling me, I think, is that this is another organization completely.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Make a motion to approve.
It's been moved to approve the item B, 3B7, Girl Scouts of the United States of America. Is there a second?
Commissioner Witt, second.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there any further discussion on this item? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner Byram, you had asked that we pull Audrey F. Arisa, which is item 3E1.
And this is Deputy Director Flatley. For the department, Lizette Arceo is available to answer questions regarding this matter.
Commissioner?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to reopen it. Okay, I'm on page 6 of the 220-page half of the consent calendar. If I read this right, Mr. Arisa is 36 years old, and normally part of the reason that it's not collectible is that they're at the end of their earning years, and it seems like he's at the prime earning potential. And my concern would be, is he living paycheck to paycheck just to be deliberately underemployed in order to get past what he owes? The dollar amount of the tax indicates that there was roughly $775,000 worth of sales that were taxable, that he kept the money. And it looks like it was 2 periods of time. He has the potential to run a restaurant that generates that type of revenue. At least in a better economy than it was when his restaurant failed. So I just wondered, is there a reason, even though he's 36 years old, we're letting him off the hook? I'm sure there's a good reason. I just don't see it.
Good morning. For the record, Lizette Arceo for the department. To answer Commissioner Byram's questions, the taxpayer does live out of state, so the department's collection actions or activity for out of state does become a bit more difficult. It can be done, but it does become a bit more difficult. Additionally, about $24,000 for the taxpayer is uncollectible, as the department did not pursue responsible person to find him personally liable for this debt. So out of the total established debt right now on the account, the department can only pursue about $30,000 for out of state, and that's for the period ending in October of 2018.
I would move to approve item 3E1, Audrey Arisa.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve consent agenda item 3E1, Andre F. Arisa. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Commissioner Littman, you had questions about item 3E3, Hui Nugent.
Yes. Thank you again, Ms. Arceo, for your Herculean work with these matters. Reading the record, I was a bit confused, and I'm wondering, is the taxpayer's representative on the line?
Come up. Yes, ma'am, he's coming up.
Great, thank you very much. Sir, what is your name for the record?
My name is Jason Akina, Jayson, last name Aquino.
Thank you very much. So when I looked at the file, Ms. Arceo, and again, sir, our department works tirelessly with hundreds of taxpayers. And so the record here is complete, but it seemed to me I had to read between the lines. So it looked as if the audit arose in response to a request for a determination of the liability of this company because it was being sold. So it looked as if this was part of some sort of escrow to sell this company. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes,
Yep.
yes, ma'am.
Yep, thank you. It's Commissioner.
Yes.
So, and then the department did that, and the amount that came out was a significant number because a significant amount of sales were not subject to tax. In any case, then the matter fell out of escrow, but yet now it appears that there is a new owner. So we rely on taxpayers not to try to subvert the process by not, you asked us for a number, the department came up with one, then it looked like the sale wasn't going to go through. And I'm filling in the gap here, perhaps because of that liability. But then when Ms. Arceo and others continued to pursue this liability, it appears that we discovered there was a new owner. And so, Ms. Arceo, am I missing anything here? Or is taxpayers representative, was this somehow sold outside of escrow to avoid paying this debt?
No, Commissioner. It was never took out of escrow. What happened here is it fell out of escrow because there was no more money to be paid by the new owner, and the old owner cannot shoulder the old liability. So that's why we submitted an offer in compromise.
So it sounds as if there was a transfer of ownership, but no cash for no compensation?
There was little compensation, Your Honor.
And so the taxpayer got that money, correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
So how much was that?
I don't have the particulars right now, but it's not significant. It's way below the selling price.
Well, but significant is relative. So is it 5,000, 10,000? 100,000?
It's. I have to get back on you on that one, Commissioner.
So there was some compensation, but it didn't go through escrow. Was it to avoid this liability? It just seems as if there was something actually somewhat nefarious going on to avoid this, paying this debt.
It's not, I wouldn't characterize it that way. It's more like the old owner, Mr. Nguyen, doesn't want to get involved with this business anymore. So it's more like he sold it to the new owner for whatever they can afford. And part of that deal is for the Mr. Nguyen, the old owner, to settle whatever liability he has with the department.
I just feel as if there's a relevant fact here that we're missing, and I know the department, did a diligence to try to ferret this out. But I do think it's important for us to know how much this business was sold for, because arguably there's a liability on this business to the state of Nevada that's unpaid.
I could, I'm certain the amount that was offered to the department is the amount that was approximately received by Mr. Nguyen. So I know what he told me is he wanted to just get out of this business. So whatever amount he received to get out is what he offered for to the department. Because right now, Mr. Nguyen doesn't have any income. He's living with friends. So as part of the deal I had with the auditor, he will receive everything that he got from this transaction just to get out.
Commissioner Littman, would you care to hear from Ms. Arceo?
Yes, I'd love to hear from Ms. Arceo.
For the record, Lizette Arceo, tax manager for the department. So there's a couple of factors that we took into consideration when reviewing this offer and compromise. The department did issue a certificate of amount due for this taxpayer. When we reached out regarding the status, we were told by the escrow company that the sale had fallen, that it wasn't going through. So the department continued to move forward with trying to pursue successor and or a responsible person against the individuals. Unfortunately, for the successor and the responsible person, due to COVID, we lost out on statute. We thought we had more time to pursue those actions. And it turns out that we don't. We have discussed this with one of the DAGs to see if we could pursue. The other factor too is Mr. Nguyen is not listed on the account as far as taxation. He is listed with Secretary of State, but he wasn't listed with the Department of Taxation. We've never had any conversations with him regarding this account. We had conversations with Benito Sang, who is, I want to say, the owner of the new entity. But again, a lot of the information regarding what happened once it fell out and who is currently operating the business, that information has never been disclosed to the department.
So just for the record, taxpayers' representative is stating that basically the sale proceeds from this transaction, the sale that did go through, but not through the escrow, that is the amount that's being offered. Is that what you're saying to us, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. We fully disclose Mr. Nguyen's assets, liquid and those that are not liquid.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Littman. And thank you, Ms. Arceo, for creating a record out of something that was very confusing. I would move to approve this offer and compromise, item E3, high win.
Is there a
Commissioner
second?
Byram, second.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's been moved and seconded to approve offer and compromise item 3E3, Hui Nguyen. Is there any further discussion? And thank you, Commissioner Littman. Those were absolutely legitimate questions. Any further discussion?
This is Commissioner Witt. I just wanted to echo Commissioner Littman's concerns. It appears to me that there's still 3 locations for this existing entity. And it seems that the department should know more about this new entity. So the entire presentation confused me. And maybe that's because I'm not an attorney.
As a law professor, I read between the lines and we could see something happened. There was something happening here. One statement in the record that gave me some comfort, Commissioner Witt, is that the new owner is current and compliant with their sales tax. Isn't that,
Yes.
Ms.
Yes,
Arceo?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So we do have an application for sales tax, and we do have a sense that they are current and compliant. So we want to make sure they continue that record.
Are there any other concerns? Thank you both. I'll take a vote on the motion then. All those in favor of approving this offer and compromise, say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed?
Commissioner Witt opposed.
Thank you. Commissioner Wood opposes. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we go into the action items on the agenda, and I'll turn it over to Chief Deputy Flatley.
Thank you, Chair Bursey. The next agenda item is Section 4, Division of Local Government Services. Item A, consideration for approval and adoption of the 2023 and 2024 ratio study pursuant to NRS 361.333. For the department is Shannon Silva, and joining on the on Zoom, are assessors. I think I have this list right. So I have Trent Tholen from Douglas County, Andy Heiser from Humboldt County, Troy Valinis from Lyon County, Sherry Stringer from Nye County, also Justin Zimmerman and Kim Hildebrand from Nye County, and Chris Sarman from Washoe County. So if I missed anyone, I don't know if you want to speak up now.
You can dial *9 or raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like.
All right, Chair Bursey, I think we have appearances from everyone. So Ms. Silva is here for the department.
Thank you. Ms. Silva?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Shannon Silva, the locally assessed supervisor. The Nevada Tax Commission is obligated by statute to equalize property under its jurisdiction. There are two types of information the commission considers to determine whether property has been assessed equitably. The first comes from a ratio study, which is a statistical analysis designed to study the level of uniformity of the assessments. The second comes from a review to determine whether each county has adequate procedures in place to ensure that all property subject to taxation is being assessed in a correct and timely manner. The department conducts the ratio study in accordance with NRS 361.333. If the ratio of assessed value to taxable value falls between 32 and 36%, it is in compliance with statute. The ratio study must include the median ratio of the total property within each class of property in each county studied. It also must include two comparable statistics known as the overall ratio, which is also known as the aggregate or weighted mean ratio, and the coefficient of dispersion of the median, or the COD, for both of the total property in each county and for each major class of property. Statute permits the department to conduct a ratio study each year on smaller groups of counties versus the entire state. Therefore, the ratio study is conducted over a 3-year cycle. The counties reviewed for the 22-23 tax year were Douglas, Humboldt, Lyon, Nye, and Washoe counties. For your convenience, in addition to the full report, we have provided you an executive summary of irregularities and comments. In 2019, all counties except for Washoe and Clark began transitioning to a new CAMA system. The two systems are DevNet and GSA. GSA is a system that has been used by Washoe County for several years. In 2019, the department lost access to these counties' data as ADS went offline, at which time We ceased having access to any county data within the state beyond what is available to the general public. Since 2019, some of the counties that transitioned to DevNet have reverted back to ADS and are awaiting their turn to go live with GSA. To date, 8 counties are supported by DevNet, 2 are live with GSA, and 5 are currently back to using ADS and awaiting transition to the GSA system. In the 22-23 tax year, Lyon County has been using GSA for over a year, and Douglas County went live after the ratio study concluded. Nye County is using DevNet, and Humboldt County has reverted back to ADS and is awaiting to transition to GSA. Washoe County had no change. At the May meeting last year, this body asked us to include a large parcel sample, which has been included in this study. A total of 30 large parcels were added, 6 in each county. Because so much land in Nevada is owned by government entities, large parcel sales are scarce. The more commonly seen large parcel sales occur in pocket areas that are experiencing growth and are not reflective of the market for all large parcels. Based on the information the department has gathered to date, in general, nominal values are used by county offices to value large remote parcels with no comparable sales. These are often tax exempt, owned by government entities, but do also include privately owned parcels. Supporting data to defend nominal and large parcel values are generally not available or maintained in most counties. In most cases, remote large parcel values have not changed in many years, and county staff cannot determine whether or how the value was originally established because there is no documentation on file. In most counties, large parcel adjustments are not quantified with any supporting data to justify percentage adjustments that are made. Counties have been experiencing high turnover recently, and many of the appraisal staff have retired and institutional knowledge is being lost. Filling positions has also been difficult for many offices. This could have a long-term effect on offices as they attempt to hire and train new staff. The department will continue to be available to assist in any way possible. The statistical portion of the report includes the comparison charts of the median and aggregate ratios and the COD for all properties of all 17 counties over the past 3 study years. Similar data is shown for the counties in the 22-23 tax year. The aggregate and median ratios, the COD, and the median related differential, or MRD, are compared across all appraisal areas for each type of property in the 5 counties. Statistical exceptions are noted in the executive summary. Department findings, recommendations within the individual county narratives can be directly linked to the statistical results. The aggregate data for the overall aggregate ratio or weighted mean is shown on page 14. The weighted mean is an average where the value is adjusted to reflect the importance to the whole before the values are divided by the total. All overall ratios are within the acceptable standard range of 32 to 36% for the 5 counties studied for the 22-23 tax year, with the following exceptions: Douglas County vacant land, Humboldt County vacant land, Lyon County improvements and single-family residence, Nye County improved land, vacant land, and total all property. Aggregate ratios within personal property typically are within acceptable standard range. This year, 2 counties fell outside of this range in the following categories: Douglas County all secured, secured commercial industrial, all unsecured, and unsecured commercial industrial, and Lyon County unsecured aircraft. The median ratios are a comparison of assessed to taxable values and generally indicate over or undervaluation of properties taken as a whole within the entire appraisal jurisdiction. For purposes of monitoring appraisal performance and for direct equalization, the median ratio is the preferred measure of central tendency. The median ratios for the real property, as shown on page 14, indicate that the appraisal level for all classes of properties in the 5 counties are within the acceptable standard range. Median ratios within personal property typically are within acceptable standard range. However, Lyon County had a median ratio of 45.4% within unsecured aircraft. This resulted from 1 aircraft account in an aircraft sample of 1, which was caused by an incorrect life assignment causing an overassessment. This is not believed to be reflective of the aircraft accounts as a whole. It was corrected and should be reflected correctly in the current billing. The COD is the measure that relates the uniformity of the ratios. The COD ratios are shown on page 14 for the 5 counties and indicate the ratios for all property and each class of property are relatively uniform with the exception of Nye County vacant land, which is outside of IAAO recommended performance standards as described on page 6 and 7. The median related differential, or MRD, is an indication of whether high-value properties are appraised higher or lower than low-value properties. This particular test is not required by statute, but we use it in conjunction with the other statistical tests to determine if a county has an assessment issue. 3 counties had ratios that fell outside of the 0.98 to 1.03 range in specific property classes. The sample of all properties in each of the 5 counties produced ratios inside the acceptable range, except for Nye County at 1.58, which was a result of their vacant land, creating an all-county MRD of 1.10. The individual classes outside the range, when analyzed in conjunction with the other statistics, were either deemed not a relevant indicator or are addressed within other statistical categories. NRS 361-333 also requires the department to determine whether each county has adequate procedures to ensure that all property subject to taxation is being assessed in a correct and timely manner and to note any deficiencies. Typically, deficiencies we find or recommendations we make can be directly correlated to the ratio statistics. The narrative for each of the 5 counties studied include procedures, recommendations, and findings starting on page 24. Recommendations and findings are also noted for each specific county, if applicable, on the executive summary. Generally speaking, we often find a conservative approach to land valuation is taken in most counties. As a result, we see individual ratios in the ratio study often between 32 and 33.5% versus 33 to 35%, 33.5 to 35%. While this is acceptable under Nevada statute, when the crystal ball gets a little hazy and the real estate market takes off, as we've been experiencing in the last 18 to 24 months, this conservative approach can quickly become a liability. And I believe that this is where what we are generally seeing within this ratio study. All real property statistical outliers in Douglas County are related to finding number 1 in their narrative. Land in pocket areas of Douglas County is underassessed. The assessor was expecting the market to drop in response to the 2020 COVID shutdowns. Working on that expectation, staff was conservative when increasing values in the county despite sales prices increasing. But instead of the market dropping, it continued to spike, causing a further divide between conservative land valuations and the market value. In 2021, the assessor attempted to increase values to compensate, but was still hesitant to apply the full increases needed. 2021 market prices continued to increase, and thus so did the divide. With tax caps in place, the assessor has committed to bring land values up to the appropriate market value during the 22 work year. A similar situation occurred in Humboldt County, which led to their statistical land outliers. Humboldt County is in process of more definitively identifying their market areas and market area changes to better stratify sales and value land in the future. In addition, they are transitioning many of their small improvements into the Marshall & Swift software program to generate the most accurate values in the most efficient way that their technology allows. Once completed and new staff is trained, this should allow more resources to be allocated to the land values. Nye County is in the process of implementing the DevNet land module. In their situation, not all vacant land sales were identified as such in the system. So when land values were determined, not all of the sales were used. Additionally, the lack of adequate neighborhood designations, large parcel valuation methodology, and a conservative approach to increasing land values led to the statistical outliers that you're seeing in Nye County. This is further explained in the Nye County narrative, recommendations, and finding 1. Moving away from the topic of land, Nye County had 11 of 14 residential improvement outliers resulting from the use of the Marshall & Swift regional local multiplier instead of the local local cost multiplier for the valuation of manufactured homes on private land as recommended by Marshall and Swift. While this did create overassessment in this housing type, it did not create statistical outliers within the overall sample. Personal property statistical outliers for Douglas County are addressed in finding 2. Telecommunication accounts in the sample contained multiple items of high-value property with incorrect life assignments. This caused significantly more depreciation to be applied to all of the affected items. The unsecured property life assignments have been corrected and should be reflected correctly in the current personal property billing. The secured statistical outlier was the result of one piece of equipment the department believes should be valued as real property, and the assessor believes it should be valued as personal property with a 30-year life. Lyon County had statistical outliers just outside of the acceptable range for single-family residence and multifamily residence improvements, described in finding 1. This was a system setup error which caused local cost multipliers, energy, foundation, and seismic adjustments to default to Reno. The defaults created an overassessment when compared to historical practices of Lyon County, which is to use the Fallon multipliers. This is the practice that the department used when creating our valuations. The assessor was unaware that defaults had not been overridden within the transition to GSA when the GSA transition took place, but intended values to continue to be costed in the same manner as was historically done. Once the department brought this to the assessor's attention, contact with GSA was made to have the system corrected so future valuations would continue as historically done. The values that were applied by the assessor were not in violation of statute or Marshall and Swift guidelines and are acceptable under law. It is at the discretion of the assessor and the department to apply a more appropriate multiplier than the default. And if it is warranted, if it's warranted. It is believed that the Fallon multiplier and adjustments are more reflective of the Lyon County area. The department does not believe there to be an equitability issue that needs to be addressed by the tax commission in this issue. Most of the findings have been addressed by the assessors and are in process of, or a plan is in place to resolve them. Land valuation was a prominent issue within the study. The department has discussed land values with the assessors and stressed the fact that land valuations must keep up with full cash value to remain in compliance with statute. The assessors in this study have agreed that land needs to be addressed in more depth and that the unexpected growth in the real estate market has created a need to take a much more aggressive approach in land valuation in coming years. The department is available to provide training if requested by the counties, and steps are being taken by the assessors to better evaluate land in the affected counties. While some of our findings and statistics may appear substantial, they are limited to specific counties. We believe that with a commitment from the assessors in the study to address land values in areas that have experienced a market surge and ensure markets are properly identified and stratified, it is not necessary for the tax commission to intervene on a statewide level at this time. If you have any questions regarding any aspects of the report, I'm happy to answer them. Department staff and assessors or their representatives from the counties in the study should also be in attendance today should you have any questions for them. Thank you.
Well, that was a lot of information, Ms. Emily. Thank you very much for a long and complete report. Thanks very much. I believe that we have representatives from all 5 of the counties that were involved in the study this year. So with that in mind, commissioners, would you like to ask questions?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Byram. I'm sorry, I talked over somebody.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. My question has to do with the software conversions. It seems like we were talking about a conversion to DevNet that was going on a couple of years ago, wasn't working out. And I don't know what all the acronyms stand for, but then the conversion to ADS was going on, now the conversion to GSA. And I guess I want to kind of get a big picture. Are all 17 counties converting to the same software? Does the state then have access to review from one central interface, and also the newest software, how is it linked to Marshall and Swift? Is that an automatic link, automatic updating, or is it a something you have to do a push update? Those are my questions.
Okay, so the Marshall and, the Marshall and Swift is integrated into their CAMA systems. ADS was the original system that 15 of the 17 counties were using. They shut down, and the counties then began transition to CAMA systems. There were two companies that were involved. That was DevNet and GSA. The majority of the counties did originally transition from ADS over to DevNet. Some of the counties had some problems with DevNet with that transition and decided to revert back to using the ADS system until they're able to go live with GSA. So as of right now, we have 5 counties that are waiting to go to the GSA program. Washoe County has used GSA for many years. Clark County has a system of their own. And then you have the DevNet and the 2 GSAs, that all of the ADS counties. So basically there's 3 different programs. They all integrate Marshall and Swift, and we do not have access to any of them. So what we have access to is what the general public does. We can go onto the website, we can see whatever is available there, but we cannot access their systems.
I think that was just a question. It isn't that it's necessary, but I think I remember we discussed before that it would be helpful if some of the counties who are short-staffed had the support of the Department of Taxation state folks if they needed the help or additional resources or training, that it would be helpful if they were able to log in live from Carson City. But if it's not needed, then I don't have any problem. I just wanted to kind of understand where we stood.
Yeah, it is helpful to have that access, and we're hoping to, at some point in the future, we did have access within ADS. We are hoping at some time in the future, once everybody is within their systems and everything is working properly, that we will at some point in the future be able to access that again, at least on a read-only basis.
And can you please tell me what CAMA stands for?
Computer Automated Mass Appraisal, I believe.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thanks. That was all I have.
Mr. Witt, I think you had a question.
Yes, I just noticed that in some of the counties regarding agricultural land, there's some of them say not available. For instance, in Douglas County, it says not available. Currently, I'm looking at Lyon County, and my question is, why is that?
Where are you seeing not available?
So if I go to the Douglas County, let's see, what page is that? It says I am on page 31. And I'm looking down at agricultural, secured personal property. Agricultural, it says not available. So I mean, and then we go down a little further, unsecured personal property, agricultural, not available. So it's not like there's not agricultural land in Douglas County. So I guess my question would be twofold. One, why is that on the report? And number 2 would be well, that's it.
Are you referring to the department findings section where you have exception rates of 0? I don't see a not available.
Looking at page 31 of it's Douglas County, the ratio study, all appraisal areas. And so you go through all the different properties. Aircraft is not available. So there's an airport here. There's aircraft at the airport. But under secured personal property and unsecured personal property, and it varies in different counties where information, I'm assuming that's information is not available.
That just means that there was no, in the personal property section, there was no personal property on those specific accounts that were within the sample. So when we look at the agricultural property, what we're looking at is typically real property and the land. In the personal property section, that could mean that they have agricultural personal property, but they're identified in their account not as agricultural. So they may be wrapped in with other businesses.
Okay.
And maybe Douglas County can kind of better explain how those codes are within their system.
Do you mind identifying yourself, please?
Oh, Shannon Silva with the Department of Taxation.
Thank you.
Is there a representative from Douglas County who wishes to speak to that issue?
Yeah, hi, this is Trent Tholen with the Douglas County Assessor's Office, the County Assessor. I'm not quite following exactly what you guys are talking about. I don't even have the documentation that Commissioner Witt is talking about. He's talking about at page 31, and that certain information is not available. So I guess my question would be back to the Department of Taxation of what exactly would be on those pages and what were you looking to get on those?
What he's referring to, Trent, is on actually it's on our page 16. It's under the personal property section. And I believe what it is the way that you have your personal property coded on your agricultural. It's not designated specifically as agricultural personal property. Is that correct?
Yeah, when we have secured personal property, we do have different designations, and they split up between like farming machinery and equipment, and but it's not specific to agricultural, but we do have certain categories. Just in ADS, we don't call it specific to agricultural.
All right, that would explain why there's nothing there on the report. So,
right.
So how do you use this report in determining taxable land value?
The personal property portion of it is not looked at when we're determining land value.
It's just the personal property.
Right, that's specific to the personal property accounts.
Okay. Okay, so because there's I'm just trying to see this. So under rural land, I guess is ag land included under rural land?
Yes, rural land is ag.
Rural land is ag. Okay.
Yes.
That makes more sense.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
This is Commissioner Wren, if I could ask a question.
Sure, Commissioner Wren.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So kind of along the same lines, a well done report. Thank you. I am, like Commissioner Bryan, somewhat concerned about the state not having more oversight. I don't think we can deal with that today, but we definitely want to look at that because the state actually needs to have oversight of all 17 counties to make sure that we have true equalization and everybody's using the system correctly. So I won't labor on that, but I will be looking at it in the future. My question though on the ratio study is sample size. It seems like it's a pretty small population that we're using. How do you figure out the sample size? Is it actual transactions? Have you just selected a number? Statistically, these sample sizes, when you've got sample sizes of 2, 4, 5, 6, that doesn't mean anything. So can we talk about the sample size and its relevance?
Yes, Jeff Mitchell for the record with the Department of Taxation. So currently the sample size for the different categories, there's a couple of different factors that come into play with it. One of the main determining factors is the coefficient of dispersion from the previous ratio study. So what that basically means is if the statistics were very tight and clumped together. Everything was right at 32%. We have a very high confidence level that all the property within that county falls in that range. And so the sample size decreases because there is less samples needed to come to a statistical confidence level that everything falls within that range. And so in coming years, because the coefficient of dispersion did increase drastically this year, sample sizes are naturally going to increase in the upcoming ratio studies to compensate for that, to see where they fall within that range.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Mitchell.
Commissioner or Chairperson, you're muted. There you go.
I have to learn to unmute myself. Does anyone else have questions of the staff or the representatives from the counties? I have one. You've noted, and it was an excellent report and an excellent summary. Thank you for providing that to us. You noted a lot of exceptions and inconsistencies in the study, and there were explanations and rationale which made perfect sense to me as much as I can understand it without being a statistician. But I'm wondering if you consider this with all of that to be a sound, is it a sound ratio study that we can stand behind?
Yes, I believe it is.
And are there any, again, not being a statistician, but will there be any negative consequences, carryover consequences to next year's study, considering the inconsistencies and the exceptions?
Well, and we will be continuing with the large, looking at the large parcels from each year. When we circle back around again to these specific counties, their sample sizes will be increased to make sure that the findings from this study have been addressed by the county assessors. We will also be, when we start to see things, we will be looking a lot more closely at the counties in coming years to make sure that we don't have the same issues in those counties. Go right ahead.
Commissioner Bursey, this is Jeff Mitchell for the record. May I make a comment or two?
Certainly.
Along those lines as well. Part of the department's job is to find the ants, find the bugs. And that doesn't necessarily reflect on the overall general quality of the work of the assessors or the work of the assessments that are going out there. But it is our job to point out all the mistakes that we can. And so when we have a notable amount of exceptions and a notable amount of things in the report, and then when we speak and testify that we still have confidence that the assessors are definitely doing their job and doing it very well. And so this can sometimes appear drastic in the findings, but I would like to speak to the confidence that we do have in the systems that are out there and the work that the assessors are doing. It is of high quality and it is of great service to the citizens of Nevada.
And I certainly chime in and agree with that. I want to note, I was not the one who used the word drastic, Mr. Mitchell. Are there any other questions?
This is Commissioner Wren. Just a quick follow-up on that, if I could, with Mr. Mitchell. That's one of the reasons that I think that the state needs oversight of all 17 counties, because when you're looking at large land sales within the state of Nevada, sometimes you have to look at the entire state, not just within the county. And by having oversight of all 17 counties and access to their database and the other assessors' access to their database, though I agree, I think they do a great job, they could do a better job having all the information. Thank you.
Commissioners, anyone like to add anything? Commissioner Littman.
Commissioner Littman, thank you very much for that question, Chair Bursey, and for your response, Mr. Mitchell, because I think you framed it correctly, that sometimes looking just at the outliers tends to distort our perceptions. But I do appreciate you following back, circling back and making that statement on the record. Since we have all of the assessors online, including my fellow Commissioner Wren, I do want to suggest strongly to each and all of you, let's do some outreach to the pipeline of future assessors, which appears to be drying up a little bit. As a CPA, someone who loves and celebrates numbers, I think this is a really important role in the state of Nevada as well as across the country. And your work is technical, it's critical, and it's very rewarding. So let's go out to our universities and high schools and promote becoming a future assessor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitman. I echo your statements. Is there any other commissioner who would like to chime in and ask a question on the ratio study? Do I have a motion to approve the 2023-2024 ratio study as presented?
Commissioner Witt, move to approve.
Commissioner Witt, move to approve. Is there a second?
Commissioner Wren, second.
Commissioner Wren, thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded to approve and adopt the 2023-2024 ratio study. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor then, please signify by saying aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed? The motion passes, and thank you to everyone on the staff and everyone who's representing a county for all of the work that you did on this. I can just imagine how much time and effort and interest you put into it. Thank you. Chief Deputy Director Flatley.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next item is item 4B, discussion and consideration for approval of the 2023-2024 improvement factor study pursuant to NRS 361.261 sub 2. And for the department is Cheryl Erskine.
Ms. Erskine?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Cheryl Erskine, Coordinator of Assessment Standards for Local Government Services Division. This morning, I'm presenting the 2023-2024 statewide improvement factor for your approval. This year, the statewide improvement factor is 1.10, as indicated on page 1 of the improvement factor report included in your packet. The purpose of the improvement factor is to keep properties that are not reappraised annually at a similar level of assessment with properties that are reappraised each year. Typically, reappraised properties reflect the inflationary trends affecting new construction as reported by the Marshall and Swift Costing Service. NRS 361-261 gives the assessors the opportunity to notify the Commission that they either approve or object to the improvement factor. This must be done on or before May 15th. This year, the assessors all responded very timely, so we're bringing this before the Commission now instead of after the due date. The assessors have the option of approving the improvement factor and applying it to the improvements in their county that they did not recost that year, or they can recost all improvements annually and not use the factor. The assessor approvals start on page 50 of the 2023-2024 improvement factor report. Currently, 3 of the 17 counties use the improvement factor. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Erskine. Do any of the commissioners have questions regarding the 23-24 improvement factor study?
This is Commissioner Wren.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good job. I agree with the improvement factor. My question is, or what I'd like to discuss is, out of our 17 counties, we already have 14 counties to do an annual reassessment. I'd like us to look into how we can get all 17 on that system. It's more efficient. It makes more sense to make sure that those costs are being done internally within the county other than utilizing a factor. I know it comes down to monies, but the staff is utilizing certain monies to do this improvement factor to start off with. So I've had a couple of discussions with Mr. Mitchell about this. What direction can we go, or what steps should we start taking to get everybody on an annual reassessment?
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Erskine,
Quinn.
is that a question for you?
I believe I can answer it, yes. I've been in contact with the counties that are still using the improvement factor. It's partially due to their transition over to new CAMA systems and being in the queue waiting for that to happen, why they've not completely converted over to those, to not using the factor, but to recosting all improvements every year. So I believe within the next 1 to 2 years, as they come on to their new CAMA systems, I believe they will be all using the recosting method of all improvements every year.
Okay, yeah, I think that'll get us there. I think what we want to do is encourage the different counties and the different assessors' offices to work together, which they already do. I know personally that the counties work very, very closely together on a lot of these, and it would be beneficial for some of the smaller counties to utilize the expertise of the larger counties to budget some monies to bring their expertise in for a month or two, just to get everybody on the same page. So yes, hopefully we can get there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners? Hearing no additional questions, can I have a motion to approve the 2023-2024 improvement factor study?
So moved.
Thank you. Was that Commissioner Witt?
Wren.
No, that was,
Wren.
I'll second it, Commissioner Witt.
Thank you, Commissioner Witt. It's been moved and seconded to approve the 2023-2024 improvement factor study. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. We have a new improvement factor study. Thank you very much, and thanks for all the work that went into that. Chief Deputy Director Flatley.
All right, agenda item 4C is discussion and consideration for approval of the 2023.
Ms. Flatley,
Yes.
next item.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. So it is agenda item 4C, discussion and consideration for approval for the 2023-2024 personal property manual as authorized under NRS 361.227 and NAC 361.1365. And for the department is Jeff Mitchell.
Before Mr. Mitchell commences, can I just know if there are individuals on the phone or on Zoom who wish to speak to this issue?
If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand in Zoom or dial *9 if you're on the telephone.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Mitchell first. I just wanted to know what we have.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bursey. Jeff Mitchell for the record. We do have a representative from industry, Mr. Jim Sousa, as well as a representative from the Clark County Assessor's Office, Marianne Widener. So maybe after I give my presentation, there is a decision point coming the commission's way, and I can pause at that moment for comment from industry as well as from the assessor's offices.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mitchell.
Wonderful. NRS 361.227 assigns the Nevada Tax Commission the responsibility of establishing standards for determining the replacement cost of various kinds of personal property. Those standards and methods and valuation are found within the personal property manual. The manual provides 10 different percent good tables, including tables for a 3, 5, 7, 10, 15, 20, 30-year expected life, as well as tables for mobile homes and billboards. We also have a special property section where we give guidance and guidelines on the various recommended life expectancy for certain specialized equipment. There are a variety of different factors that are used in the personal property manual. The yearly percentage change in each percent good table are permanently fixed and do not change. However, the conversion cost index, which is used to convert acquisition or original cost of personal property to replacement cost new, must be updated annually. Historically, the first year of change for that cost conversion index has been around 1 to 2%. That factor is based on the CPI as well as the PPI and other factors that are out there. And in high inflation years, that factor is elevated. The recommended first year change on a lot of the percent good tables varies, but the average is right around 12% for this year, which is a drastic increase from previous years. There are other appendixes contained within the personal property manual. Appendix A provides the NRS and NAC related to personal property. Appendix B describes the methodology used to estimate the cost index. And Appendix C lists the sources of information consulted to estimate expected lives. And Appendix D lists the exemptions from property taxes that are available, and as well as Appendix E sets out the guidelines for determining whether fixtures are real or personal property. By regulation, the Department of Taxation is required to hold a workshop in regards to the personal property manual each year, where we disclose the changes in the manual as well as receiving comment from industry. This workshop was held on April 19th, 2022, and we have hold the comment period open to receive comment on that. At that meeting, a couple of different things were brought forward to the department. First, for consideration on Roman numeral page 6, VI, it was asked that we update the example that is given that starts for the 2015-16 fiscal year, for example. An asset acquired in 2005 has an age of 7 years. First of all, the math was wrong in that example, as well as the fiscal year should probably be updated to a more current example. So based upon approval from this commission, that typo or that example will be changed to reflect current information. Then on page 41 of the manual, accommodations and food services. Comment was received from industry in regards to high-end hotel furnishings. And hotel furnishings in general has been a lump sum category. There is not a differentiation between high-end hotel furnishings and low-end hotel furnishings. They have all been assigned a 15-year life or recommended to have a 15-year life. Industry has brought forward that they believe that that should be more or better classified as a 10-year life. Those comments were received at the April 19th workshop, as well as backup documentation, which is part of your packet. Nevada life tables, we have a 10-year life and a 15-year life. They are double declining depreciation schedules, which means that depreciation during the first couple of years of that life table decrease or come down at a higher manner, and then it kind of flattens out as the equipment ages on. The department at the April 19th workshop discloses market studies that we conduct each year. The market studies are where we take samples of property that would fall within a 15-year life or a 10-year life, and we check that against available market data, usually included in blue books for various equipment that is out there, to ensure that the life tables and the life expectancy that we are showing do not exceed full cash value, because personal property falls under that same guidance that the taxable value established cannot exceed full cash value. Hotel furnishings, there is not a ready available blue book for hotel furnishings. And so it is very hard to determine what the appropriate market value for that equipment is as it moves forward. There was information provided by Mr. Jim Sousa in regards to different clientele that he represents that shows the replacement schedule of their high-end hotel furnishings, as well as the life expectancy that is outlined by the IRS, as well as Marshall and Swift. The Clark County Assessor's Office undertook a study where they showed the depreciation of different personal property throughout the years in comparison to other states, as well as to show that we are not exceeding full cash value, which is the mark that we are looked to set. So the decision point that I would bring forward to the commission on this is to weigh the evidence that is in front of you. And if you believe it should be a 10-year, that we can then change that to a 10-year life within the table. Or if we believe it should be a 15-year life, to have it remain as a 15-year life. Or option C, which would be my recommendation, is that we forestall this decision for a year and that we ask the department to undertake a study to see if it can come with a more firm recommendation on the matter to the commission. Based upon the reception of the information, the department tried to undertake that study between the workshop and today, but we were not able to come up with a defined conclusion. With that, I would conclude my presentation. And if you would like, I believe there are representatives from the different parties we received public comment available.
Ms. Flatley, do we have an order of chiming in on the by Zoom or the phone in the queue?
Chair Bursey, let me check with Ms. Padovano because we didn't see anyone.
They are both at the Las Vegas conference room.
Thank you. I see them at the table now.
Thank you.
So to answer your question, Chair Bursey, there's no order. You could invite them to speak in turn as you want to hear from them.
Okay, who do I have in the Las Vegas conference room?
So this is Jim Sousa representing industry.
Mr. Sousa? And
Barry Ann Widener with the Clark County Assessor's Office.
Mr. Sousa, why don't you take a few minutes to brief us on your issue? Be aware that we've read your 3-page letter and it's very complete. It's a very good summary of your position.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we began this process, we had somewhat of a narrow field to discuss. We were simply looking at the rooms and the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and asking the department to consider a shorter life for that, a carve out, if you will, from the one size fits all 15-year life for all hotels in Nevada. And when we went to the workshop, Mr. Mitchell raised the issue of maybe we can't just do the rooms, but we might just be able to do a luxury hotel in general. And that was the idea of doing the study that he talked about. There was a short window, unfortunately, for doing things. We submitted information that showed the furniture turnover for our particular properties. And so at this point, I was advised by Mr. Mitchell that if there seems to be an administrative issue with maybe having just luxury hotels versus non-luxury hotels. What are the standards to be used? What if you have 4 standards and 2 of them are met? Things like that. It may become administratively unfeasible to actually have 2 different categories for this. And having been in government myself, I understand whatever we come up with has to be workable. And if it's not workable, it's not going to happen. So that kind of leaves us with 2 options, in my opinion. The first option is to stay the course where we've been before with a 15-year life. If that was the course we were going to choose, I wouldn't be here today. The second choice is to ask the commission to consider a 10-year life. And there's a very simple reason for it. And I will draw you to the earlier presentations today where we heard about the land ratio and hearing that the Marshall and Swift factors are all baked into the assessor's computers. And then we just heard about this study that raises for the non-reappraised properties. That also is from the Marshall and Swift system. I asked Mr. Mitchell about and it's called the conversion cost in the personal property area to take what was acquisition cost and to turn it into replacement cost, and was told that that comes from the Marshall and Swift system as well. If I got that incorrect, I would ask him to correct me. So we have all these things pointing towards Marshall and Swift, which I've worked with in the past. It has some upsides and some downsides, but warts and all, it's a consistent system that Nevada has chosen to apply to a number of property situations. So the class life for hotel furnishings in Marshall and Swift is between 8 and 12 years with an average of 10, obviously. If the current system was just a few percent higher than that, it probably would be no big deal. But by going to 15, it's a full 50% higher than what the 10-year life is that Marshall and Swift recommends. And so our point is we could be consistently wrong, but let's be consistent at least in applying Marshall and Swift to everything, including what the class lives are for this one narrow category. That's all I have, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Souza. Ms. Wagner, do you have anything to add from the assessor's viewpoint?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, it's nice to see you again.
Thank you. You too, Ms. Bursey, Commissioner Bursey. Yes, the only thing I just want to reinforce is the Clark County Assessor's concern about equity with regards to the decision of going from a 15-year life to a 10-year life on just certain property types. Because, and when I say certain property types, it's not even property types, it's the same type of property. There are hotels throughout our valley that are, some are on the strip, some are off the strip. There's also hotel motels throughout the rest of the state. And, you know, a bed is a bed is a bed. A business decision to remove that bed 5 years or 10 years after it's been installed and have it go into a secondary market is a business decision. And so we don't think that that necessarily changes the value. We've had no arguments that have come forth that says we have been in excess of full cash value. In fact, what brought this to the workshop's attention was that we did have a case come to the Board of Equalization this year, and there was no arguments that we had exceeded full cash value. It was strictly an argument of the life on this type of equipment or this type of furnishings, I should say. And so some of the evidence that was presented, I just want to briefly touch on, had to do with other jurisdictions. And I think Mr. Mitchell did touch on it a little bit, have a different residual value than we have here in our state. So when you're looking at a 10 or 15-year life, our 15-year life, yes, is longer than other states, but when you look at their 10-year life pretty consistently across the board, you're going to see that their residual value, meaning the remaining value after 10 years, is somewhere in the average of around 25%. And that means that if they hold on to that equipment for longer than 10 years, for 11 years or 12 years or 15 years, they're still going to be valued at 25% of that value. It will not depreciate past that point. Last year's manual, I believe, depreciated us down to 5%. And I think the current manual that you're looking at, the draft of it, if you look at the 15-year life, I'm not sure what page that is on, it goes to 6.25% residual. And if you look at the 11th year on our manual, you will see that we are already at below 25%. We're at 24 point something. Maybe Mr. Mitchell could point that out because I don't have the manual in front of me right now, but the draft that he has presented to you all. So I don't believe we are exceeding full cash value. And if the property owner does choose to hold on to that property for a longer period of time, it will further depreciate again down to something much lower than 25%. So again, I don't believe we've exceeded full cash value with that. And we are concerned about equity. It was proposed at the workshop that, you know, perhaps the cutoff point would be 1,000 rooms or greater would have a 10-year life versus ones that are less than that. Well, we have any variety of hotel, motel, or hotel casino properties that could have 500 rooms or 700 rooms or 200 rooms, or, you know, the classification, as Mr. Sousa even indicated himself, of what classifies as a luxury property. You know, what kind of things how would we identify those? And so again, those are just our major concerns with regards to the differences in life. Mr. Mitchell did propose that we leave things as they are for this term, for this next fiscal year, and then give the department an opportunity to do a full study. And we are not opposed to that. We do look for direction from the Department of Taxation. And if that would give them the time to do an appropriate study and then come up with maybe some other, maybe able to workshop it again after that study is complete and be able to present the evidence. And we'd be open to looking at that as well. So I think that's all unless you have some questions for us.
This is Commissioner Wren, I do. Ms. Chairwoman?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I've had an opportunity to visit with Mr. Mitchell a little bit about this. I want you to know that it does my heart good to be in agreement with Mr. Sousa for a change. Often we're at odds on these things. But having said that, you know, doing my own, being an appraiser to start off with, the life of hotel furniture is typically 3 to 5 years or 5 to 8 years. There's nothing I can find in the market that would ever indicate a 15-year life. Class A motels or hotels, excuse me, typically are on that 3 to 5 year cycle. You know, they've got to stay on top of it to compete in the market. They don't do it all at one time. They do it a section at a time. And in real life, what happens if let's say, let's use the 10-year life, when they sell off that furniture in 10 years, it's the Class B and Class C establishments to buy that property at a discount. And again, according to the way we're doing this, would be on a 10-year life, but they typically keep it longer than a Class A property. So having said that, I don't think 15 years is reasonable. I do think 10 years is reasonable. It's my understanding that it's my knowledge that actually for real property, we use Marshall and Swift as our guideline. We don't use Marshall and Swift as a guideline for life expectancy, which I think we should be doing. Okay. So I think that I agree with Mr. Mitchell. I think we need to take some time and actually do a thorough, let staff do a thorough study of this. It would be my recommendation to drop it to the 10 years right now, which as an appraiser makes a whole lot more sense to me than 15, or even 12%, which is the Marshall and Swift average is from a low of 8 to a high of 10, or an average of, or 12, excuse me, and then authorize the division to do that study. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wren. Other questions?
Commissioner Bursey, this is Commissioner Brown. I do have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
And this is for the department, I believe, but I believe in the package, I noted that the argument was brought up about furniture classified as rental furniture, having a significantly like a 50% smaller life. Is that accurate? So 7 years or 7.5 years for?
That is. And that actually applies to a variety of different properties that we have out there. If it is determined to be an extremely high use, it is usually then half the recommended life that is out there. And so I can speak to mining equipment that is in use 24 hours a day instead of just a regular 12-hour day. Those tend to have half the guided life, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. I guess it just seems sort of inconsistent to me in that, you know, the hotel room is used, I would say, high use, you know, but has a 100% longer life. Just an observation.
And thank you for that observation. And it's used quite a bit. It's not moved in and out of rooms quite as often as some of that rental. And so I think that might speak to a little bit why that's phrased there.
That's fair. Thank you, Commissioner Bursey.
Chair Bursey, this is Jeff Rodefer.
Yes, sir.
Just quick question, Mr. Mitchell. Did we reach 10 years? That's just picking the average in Marshall Swiss? Is that how that came up?
10 years was proposed by industry, and industry, I believe, looked at their own replacement schedule as well as the life expectancy that's recommended in Marshall and Swift, as well as life expectancy that's recommended by the IRS.
Okay. In my experience, having worked in the gaming industry, I would agree with Mr. Sousa that, and Commissioner Wren's comment that, especially on the Las Vegas Strip, those rooms are basically turning over on a 3 to 5 year basis. I would say that 15 years is probably not appropriate, but that leads me to this concern, which is if we're going to carve out an exception here for luxury hotels, can we adequately define luxury hotels so it does not create an ambiguity? Because that's the last thing you want. Businesses certainly have to have some certainty with regard to taxation. So are we able to actually define what is a luxury hotel? Sure.
And Jeff Mitchell for the record. And that was part of the reasoning behind my recommendation that we leave it as is, and it has been currently, with the department to undertake an investigative study where we would explore those questions to see if it would be administratively possible to do that. And if it isn't, to bring that forward to the commission as well. I just wasn't able to come to those conclusions in time for this meeting.
No, fully understood. So I would support the comment that Commissioner Wren made about going with 10 years, but I think it's an area that needs to be looked at. And I guess the only hesitation I have at going from 15 to 10 is if we can properly define what is quote unquote a luxury hotel and not end up in some, quagmire, because wherever that line gets drawn, somebody's going to be upset, obviously.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, this is Jim Seuss. I want to make sure that my original comment was taken accurately. I was told by the department that it would be administratively not feasible to have both a hotel and a luxury hotel category. And as a result, when we started the process asking for a carve out, the options that were presented today were simply to take all hotels to a 10-year category pursuant to Marshall and Swift, which doesn't have a carve out either. It has a simple range of all hotels. And so that negates the concerns, I think, of do we have equal treatment of all the hotels in Nevada that was raised by Clark County? That was an original issue, but it's not anymore with this new proposition. And it also changes, we don't need to have 1,000 rooms or 500 or anything else as a demarcation line. All hotels are going to get 10 years by simply putting that into this manual. And so that was our request, which was option A presented by Mr. Mitchell. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page because I'm hearing a lot about carve outs and things like that. And that's not where we're at anymore. We were there originally.
Okay, this is Commissioner Roder again. So if the proposal is then to move all hotel furnishings to 10 years, I mean, from an equitable standpoint, I guess everybody's going to be on the same page from a 10-year standpoint. But then it is, and I guess that would be consistent with the average for Marshall Swift. But, we're sort of, I know I can see Mr. Mitchell shaking his head, but then are we comparing apples and oranges, right? Are we comparing what's on the Las Vegas Strip with what, may be in Elko or Carson City or wherever? Are they all equally situated?
Chairman Bernstein?
Yes, here he is.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
I would just like to add to that the concern about the equity obviously is a concern, and Mr. Seuss has addressed that where he would want it to be more of a consistent application across the board, which is wonderful. However, I just want to add that some of the comments that have been made about, the properties on the Strip, that they may turn over their furnishings in 5 to 6 years or 8 years, or maybe even 10 years. Let's just say they shorten it even shorter and it's a 7-year turnover. The question is, at that point, even if it's on a 15-year schedule, is the property worth what it is worth at that moment in time? You've depreciated it for those first 7 years. Have we exceeded full cash value? Because they're not just giving it away. And again, what the value is to MGM may not be very valuable, but what the value is in the secondary market may be. And so when they go and they sell that property to the secondary market, or where these other smaller hotel properties are going to buy it and put it in their hotels, there is still value there. It's not fully depreciated. And so when you look at a 10-year life, I guess what we have to look at is what is the residual going to be? And this is just a consideration, if this is something that we're looking towards going, what is the residual value going to be on that? Are we going to have a residual value of 5%, or we are going to have a residual value of 25% at that point? Because our current schedule is taking it down, to a percentage of value, even as you get to the 7th year. Have we exceeded full cash value at what point they turn over that property? Does that make sense what I'm saying? I hope I'm making myself clear.
Well,
Commissioner, sorry to interrupt.
Commissioner Lippman.
Yes, Commissioner Lippman, for the record, as this discussion, I think, is evincing, this is a complicated issue, especially in the great state of Nevada. I'm not sure there's another state that we can reach out to that has a similar continuum of hotels and motels. But the good news is that we don't have to hopefully reinvent the wheel. Other states have similar, perhaps not exact issues. So what I would like to suggest is something that has been on the table, and that is we need to do a robust study rather than splitting the baby here. I think this is critical thinking about something that, I hope more people certainly will get involved in thinking about. Other states, I can think of potential analogies like Florida, perhaps can weigh in. So I would suggest, at this point, I'm supporting the current manual, but then charging the department with analyzing this on a more thorough basis, because I do agree with Mr. Sousa, 15 years doesn't on its face seem consistent with a number of other analogs to IRS depreciation, gap depreciation. There's just a lot we can look at, and I don't believe we can do it in this, we can do it well in this meeting. So I would recommend we approve this and then really do a thorough analysis and look to what other states are doing. And fortunately, we're part of a continuum of many states that share this information. And I think we need to do it, perhaps not perfect, but better than just splitting the baby. That's my recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Lippman. Are there other questions?
Chair Bursey, just one more question for Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Overflow.
So, Mr. Mitchell, does this, if you go to 10 years, you're following Commissioner Wren's recommendation. If you go to 10 years, but then we also do a study to determine is 10 the appropriate year or is it something else? Does that create any problems in your mind if we go from 15 to 10?
Jeff Mitchell for the record. The only issues that I could see is if we go from a 15 to a 10 with the recommendation that the department does a study. If my recommendation comes back next year that it really should be 15 with the supportable data, that does create issues in regards to the tax abatement and other things that are out there.
Do you see any concerns with the fact that 15 is outside of Marshall Swift right now?
That is a concerning note. I was unable to determine why 15 was originally settled on. It might have to do with our aggressive depreciation schedule and low residual, that it thought it best suited both strip properties as well as properties that are extremely more rural. And so I was hopeful to find that discussion somewhere in the history, but I was unable to at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Rutherford, this is Chairman Wren, if I may. Even though I think 10 is a more reasonable number predicated on historical information that I deal with, since the population of in the state haven't really complained about this other than, I guess this was the MGM that they came to the workshop. Maybe it is better to leave it at 15 for the year because I kind of have to agree with Mr. Mitchell. I don't think he's going to come back with 15, but it might be 12 instead of 10 or some other number. So, you know, maybe status quo for the year, because I think what's going to have to happen is that we're going to have to do our workshops or our studies. And Mr. Mitchell, I'm assuming that we might need some regulation changes to actually accomplish what you need to get done. Is that a fair statement?
Jeff Mitchell, for the record, the only regulation change that would need to occur if the study indicated it is if a life other than a 7, 10, or 15 was the conclusion, because those are the current tables authorized under regulation.
Or if you wanted to use Marshall and Swift as your, or some other data source as your base, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have to say. Like I said, I think 10 is the right number, but again, given the fact that the industry itself isn't having a big heartache with 15 right now, it's probably better just to agree with Commissioner Lippman, leave it the way it is, send Mr. Mitchell and his staff off, and get it done right, so that, you know, it's not a question of if it's 10 or 15, what it should be.
Thank you, Commissioner Wren. I see a lot of nodding heads. Is anyone ready to make a motion?
I am. Yeah, this is Commissioner Wren. Let me get to the right one here. I would move to approve the 2023-2024 personal property manual as authorized under NRS 361.227 and NAC 361.1365 as presented.
This is Commissioner Byram. I believe that Mr. Mitchell asked us if we could also approve an edit so that he can update a sample example and correct a table that's within it. So I would second that motion with the caveat, or you might have to redo the motion. I don't know.
So included.
Okay, then I second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the 23-24 personal property manual with the requested amendments. Is there any more discussion?
Chair Bursey,
I'm not sure
this
when
is
it's appropriate to ask that the department go forward with an in-depth investigation and information gathering move.
And Chair Bursey, this is Commissioner Rutherford. So the motion then would include that on page 41 of the report that hotel furnishings across the board are going to be at 15 years. That's correct.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
I just want to be.
That would be the manual as presented.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Let's just vote on the motion as made, and then we can discuss if we want to instruct the department to go further. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any noes? The motion carries. So I don't know if we need a motion to ask the department to go forward with an investigation and information gathering routine, or if we can just request that to happen over the next year and be reflected somehow in the next personal property manual.
Commissioner, I'm
Yes.
sorry, Chair Bursey.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Byram. I don't think we have an actionable item to make a motion to require the state to do that, but we can make a recommendation. And if I could just tell a really quick story. Years ago, the mining industry worked together with the Department of Taxation. So we sit down together with a group from the taxation department, a group from the mining industry. We set about the criteria to value heavy rolling stock. The same, like a bed is a bed is a bed, but you have heavy rolling stock used in the construction industry in daylight hours and seasonal, at least up in the area where I live. The same table was being used for the same equipment, being used 24 hours a day in a mining operation year round. There's no seasonal in mining. So we worked together, established criteria so that everybody's on the same page. And then we did a study that's not just one hotel or not just high-end hotels. but do a study that involves everyone and say, this is our actual turnover of our furniture, and whether we're buying it new or used would be helpful. And maybe high-end hotels, maybe occupancy rate will be key in some way to be able to come up with criteria. So in the mining industry, when we did it, it's a question that's on our reporting form every year. Is this operation, or is this mine in operation more than one shift per day? So if it's 2 or 3 shifts per day, or some of them just split the shift in half, so there's only 2 shifts. But if it's more than 1 shift a day, then the short life table can apply. And the short life table is 7 years. And if it's not in more than 1 shift a day, then it's a 10-year life. So there's a criteria that made it equitable and fair. Even though it's the same exact equipment, it's used differently. So even though you've got the same type of furnishings, you know, I'm really surprised there's a 15-year life on hotel furnishings. That's kind of sickening to me, but anyway, it needs to reflect reality, and we need to do it for equalization purposes. We need to know what the results of the study are. And then I think we need to make the adjustment, whether it's 10 years, 7 years, or some criteria, so that some hotels qualify for a shorter life based on established, measurable, verifiable criteria. That would be my
Yes.
recommendation.
Then we are asking the department to go forward with industry and any other interested party to study the issue of the depreciation life of hotel guest room furniture. And I'm sure Mr. Sousa won't let this drop, so I know we'll be seeing it soon. Thank you, everybody, and thanks for all of the information and the comments. Before I ask you if you'd like a break, I just wanted to put into the record that I received an email from Mr. Commissioner Johnson, who wanted it noted that he left the meeting at 10:30. So could we have that put in the record?
Yes.
I think that we'll take a 10-minute break. It's 10:48, so 11 o'clock, can we reconvene?
Thank you, Chair Bursey.
Good, thank you. Looks like we have everyone back. Ms. Flatley, are you there?
I am. Is Jeff going to be back before we go on the record? Okay. If we could have just another minute, I'm waiting for Deputy Director Mitchell to return. My apologies. Chair Bercy, thank you for waiting for us to collect everyone back to the room. So we're ready to go here now as well.
All right, Chief Deputy, would you please introduce the next agenda item?
All right, item 4D is the review and consideration for adoption of Bulletin 212. It's 2023 and 2024 agricultural land values and open space property procedures as authorized under NRS 361A.140 and NRS 361.3251B. And for the department is Cheryl Erskine.
Ms. Erskine?
For the record, I'm Cheryl Erskine, Coordinator of Assessment Standards for the Division of Local Government Services. I would like to present the 2023-2024 agricultural land values and open space property procedures for your review and approval. After reviewing the packet this morning, I realized that pages 5 and 6 of the document in your packet contain the executive summary for the Rural Building Manual and should not have been included. So if you could please disregard those pages, I would appreciate it. Page 8 of the document reflects the proposed value per acre for each land classification, as well as the adopted values for the preceding 4 years. Each year, we send a hay survey out to agriculturalists in our state and compare it to the Nevada Agricultural Statistics Service prices, which you can find on page 19 of the document. This year, the survey was sent to 846 agricultural properties. 58 were returned with no information provided because they had been sold or for various other reasons had been removed from the database. 109 or 13% were returned and provided information relating to the price per ton of alfalfa hay and estimated tonnage produced, as well as information regarding wild or other hay, watered pasture rental prices per AUM, and grazing rental prices per AUM. Overall, in comparison to last year, intensive use increased 10.7%, cultivated land increased an average of 11.3%, native meadowland increased an average of 7%, pasture land increased an average of 19.5%, and grazing land increased an average of 8.9%. This year's median price plus the previous 4 years' median prices are used to calculate the current price. You can see these calculations on pages 9 through 14 of the Ag Bulletin number 212 in your packet. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Are there any questions about the agricultural land values and open space property procedures bulletin?
This is Commissioner Witt.
Yes, Commissioner Witt.
My question is, why do you think it is that only 13% of the total sample population is responding?
I'm not really sure. It's sent out to all of those people, but we don't get very many back. I'm not sure why.
I can tell you as a farmer, I guess we're all busy, and but it's always frustrated me a little bit that the agricultural community is not as responsive as some others. I mean, I don't know if you see that with any of the other populations that you take a look at. I mean, it just seems that, and it's been similar since I've been on the commission, and my talking about it with fellow agriculturalists has not seemed to make any kind of difference, and it doesn't seem that it really changes whether the department sends it out or there's also the ag stats at the university. And I mean, it's just interesting.
Maybe it's the word survey. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we should make it like a lottery or something. Okay.
Attach a prize to it, yeah.
Yeah.
Are there any questions about the survey, about the survey?
I would just have one more comment. In agriculture, the land values, and they have obviously gone up quite substantially this year. And that's kind of following everything. But farm ground without water has no value. And I don't know if there's some kind of equation that could be done. We're in a drought, and you can have all the land you want in agriculture, but if you don't have any water, you're not going to get, at least in Nevada, you're not going to get enough rain to support a lot of things. So I saw a big jump in the pasture land value, and I mean that was interesting, and it may be that I don't know if there's a consistency between the acreage reported, but as far as I hear from the community, less water means less acres in production. However, the acreage that is in production, we would perceive it as being more valuable because it would come with water. So again, I guess that's just a comment. I think otherwise the report is very thorough and very well done. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you, Commissioner Witt. Is there a motion then for approval or adoption of Bulletin 212 for 2023-24 with the removal of the pages that Ms. Erskine noted?
Commissioner Witt, so moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Roder for second.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's been moved and seconded, the approval of Bulletin 212, the 2023-2024 agricultural land values and open space property procedures. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of approval, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Flatley, next agenda item.
Okay, item 4E, review and consideration for approval of the renewal of the residential construction tax. Item 1 is regarding the Churchill County School District, and for the department is Kelly Langley. I believe that the comptroller from Churchill County is on the telephone, Christy Fielding.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
For the record, Kelly Langley, Department of Taxation, Supervisor of Local Government Finance. Churchill County has requested renewal of their residential construction tax. This is a tax that they have to request renewal for every 4 years. They are allowed to do so long as their population does not exceed 55,000. In this case, Churchill County's population for 2021 is 26,200. Additionally, the tax cannot exceed 1,600, of which they are not requesting that maximum cap. The renewal is every 4 years. Last time they requested approval was in 2018. They've stated that the funding from this tax goes into a capital projects fund for the Churchill County School District to help with the aging schools. It improves their ability to maintain timely maintenance, which extends the useful life of the schools, delaying new buildings. They hope to be able to do a lighting system for the high school soccer field, along with flooring, fencing, campus security, roofing, HVAC needs. At this time, I would request that you have any questions for myself or for Christy Fielding. She is the comptroller for Churchill County School District.
Commissioner Wren, I have a quick question.
Commissioner Wren, yes.
Thank you very much. I read through this and I had kind of the same question 4 years ago when we approved this. I'm all in favor of it, but I think it's too low. I mean, they can apply up to $1,600. They're only at $900, and just in the last 4 years alone, costs have increased substantially. Do we have to stick with their request of $900? Can we arbitrarily increase it up to the $1,600, or what can we do?
Good question. Would that go to? I don't know who would answer that question.
I don't either.
Rosalie?
For the record, again, Kelly Langley, Supervisor, Local Government Finance. Because this is a board resolution from their county commission, their school board of trustees, I would believe that would have to come from the school district, the county commissioners, or I say school, I guess trustees. But I believe all we can do is make that recommendation because they can go less, but not to exceed the 1,600. They do have a table that Churchill County School District provided as to how much money they receive annually from this. And possibly Christy Fielding can let us know based on the growth, how much they're anticipating in the coming year.
Okay.
Ms. Fielding?
Good morning. This is Christy Fielding for the record. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't have a very good voice. I've been sick for the last week, so I apologize in advance. So in looking at growth for the next fiscal year, it's a little uncertain. There are some projects in the works that are currently being looked at by the county, but they haven't been approved or disapproved. So there is the normal growth that is happening. There are housing developments being constructed as we speak, but there is the potential for an added larger project that is just in communications at this point. So I'm anticipating a mild increase as we've seen from year to year at this point, but not an excessive increase unless that larger project is approved.
I guess the question then, and you might not be able to answer this, is I'm assuming that your cost for your infrastructure, it's definitely not going down, it's going up. And since you have the ability to ask for more than the 900, kind of wondering why you're not. It's not first of all, the $900 is not a big burden on the developer of the single family properties. And again, my concern is the cost of the infrastructure repairs going up.
So there was some discussion regarding that. And basically what we tried to do as a school district is to combine this tax with a reduction that we have seen in our debt service payments due to 2 refundings that we've done. So we didn't want to hit the taxpayers any more than we needed to. And we've had some conversations with the Debt Management Commission where they're wanting us to give up some of our taxes to the other units. And so we're trying to do things as feasibly as we can and as fairly as we can, but still have something that helps us be able to do our capital improvement projects, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. I understand that. And I definitely would approve the $900. I don't see your population increasing in the next 4 years to surpass the requirements. It'd be my recommendation for you to look at this very closely and see if you don't actually need a increase the next time you come before us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wren. Any other questions?
Commissioner Bursey, this is Commissioner Rotifer.
Yes.
I guess a quick question for Ms. Fielding. How did you reach the $900 figure?
So the $900 figure was put in place prior to me being at the district. And in looking at our current revenues and reduction in expenses in debt service, it was decided to leave it the same for this 4-year period of time.
Okay.
Questions? Is there a motion to approve Churchill County's request?
Commissioner Brown, so moved.
Commissioner Byram, second.
Thank you. So I think I did not phrase that very well. The motion would have been to approve Churchill County School District's request for renewal of the residential construction tax. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You can go back with the message that maybe in 4 years, they need to rethink the numbers.
Yes, we will definitely keep that in mind. I appreciate it.
We're moving on to the Compliance Division agenda items. Ms. Flatley.
All right, agenda item 5A, the department's recommendation to the commission for denial of an offer in compromise pursuant to NRS 360.263. Item 1 is Albin Dima, and for the department is Lizette Arceo. I don't know if the taxpayer is available.
If Albin Dima is on the Zoom or telephone, please dial *9 or raise your hand. I don't see him. I don't see him on the line.
If he does connect, just we'll give him an opportunity to speak when he lets us know he's there. Ms. Arceo.
Good morning. For the record, Lizette Arceo for the department. Albin Dima has submitted an offer in compromise for the debt on Dorantina LLC, a Nevada limited liability company, which began operations on December 1st, 2012 and continues to operate. The offer is to pay a total of $20,000 in a lump sum on total remaining liability of $150,309.06, comprised of $84,234.18 in tax, with interest calculated through May 31st, 2022. The liability is a result of a sales and use tax audit deficiency for the periods of March 1st, 2015 through January 31st, 2018. The reason given for the request is doubts to collectability. Mr. Dima, through his representative, submitted the offer and stated the reason for the liability is due to the fact that the point of sale system was not properly programmed, which they believe was the reason the sales tax was being underreported. Upon review of the documents, the department has determined Mr. Dima's offer does not meet the reason of doubts to collectability. The business continues to operate and the taxpayer can pay this debt through a reasonable payment plan. Additionally, Mr. Dima does own real property in Clark County. The department had requested additional documentation to support Mr. Dima's offer, which was not provided. The department also found bank statements that showed over $65,000 in cash withdrawals with no explanation given as to why those cash withdrawals were made. Therefore, based on the facts and documents presented, it is recommended that the commission deny the offer for the period stated due to doubt as to collectability. The department recommends that Mr. Dima enter into a payment plan, and once the tax is paid in full, consider requesting a waiver of penalty and interest under the provisions of NRS 360.419. I'm happy to answer any questions from the commission.
Commissioners, any questions?
Commissioner Lippman moves to approve the denial of the offer and compromise. I apologize if that was premature.
Commissioner Byram, second.
There's been a motion and a second. I just wanted to ask if Mr. Dima did come on the line. Did he appear on Zoom?
No, I do not see him on the line.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to deny the taxpayers' offer and compromise. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item, Ms. Flatley.
All right, agenda item 5B is the approval of refund credit request in excess of $250,000. Agenda item 2, Hermes of Paris LLC. And for the department is Guy Childers. I don't know if there's a taxpayer representative available.
Yes, there should be, Deputy Flatley.
If there's a representative for Hermes of Paris LLC, please raise your hand in Zoom or dial *9.
Maybe connections from Paris aren't so good.
I do not see anybody on the line.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Childers.
Good morning, Chair Bursey and Commissioners. For the record, this is Guy Childers, Audit Tax Manager for the department. Hermes of Paris, Inc. had a routine audit performed, and during performing that audit, it was discovered that they had overreported use tax. They also had an underreported modified business tax as well as a net underreporting of sales tax. This all resulted in a net credit refund amount of $862,756.28. Hermes overreported use tax on non-taxable items such as travel expenses, design services, construction contracts, and purchases where sales tax was already assessed. A full audit was completed for the periods of 2017 through December of 2021 by the department that resulted in the modified business tax and sales tax underpayment and a use tax overpayment. The department reviewed the following: fixed asset report, Hermes use tax reconciliation report, purchase invoices, sales and use tax reports, and detailed general ledger for the audit period, and determined that the use tax was overpaid and recommends approval for the refund. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners have any questions of Mr. Childers?
Chairman Bursey, this is Sharon, Commissioner Byram. My question is, why is it, if it's an ongoing business, why are we doing a refund instead of a credit? Is there a simple explanation?
Chairman, Commissioner Byram, they did not request a credit, and they did request a refund in particular. So we hadn't explored that option with them.
Mr. Childers, do the taxpayers normally have the option of a refund or a credit?
Yes, yes, Chair Bursey, for the record, Guy Childers. They do have the option of requesting a credit or a refund. Of course, the department is going to look at their account prior to doing any kind of refund to make sure that there isn't any past debt or any liabilities of any sort that can be put against.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Chair Bursey, this is Commissioner Rutherford. Mr. Childers, are these issues that are being raised as a result of this audit, are they repeating issues? Did they also occur in a prior audit as well, where we're potentially talking about negligence?
Commissioner Rutherford, no, to my knowledge, they did not. They did have a prior audit done in 2014. This issue wasn't raised at that time, but they did have a change in some of their procedures, and they do have an accounting firm. So there were some changes in between the two audits, and what we determined as part of the audit that they did not have a clear understanding of what was subject to use tax in Nevada. They were given very strenuous recommendations and help with that. So we sense that there won't be any issues ongoing.
Commissioner Witt, did you have a question?
No, I would move to approve the refund for Hermes LLC.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Byram, second.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's been moved and seconded to approve Hermes of Paris LLC request for a refund. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Plattman.
Thank you. Agenda item 5C, petition for reconsideration of department's denial of exemption status for an organization created for religious, charitable, or educational purposes pursuant to NRS 372.3261. First item is National Afterschool Association, and representing the department is Ross Olson, Deputy Attorney General.
Is the taxpayer on the line available?
Yes, Beth Ellis is the representative and she is on the line.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon, commissioners. I'm just representing.
We're going to give you an opportunity to speak after the staff gives us a little summary.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commission. This is Ross Olson for the record. This is an appeal of the department's denial of a request for exemption from sales and use tax as a charitable organization. The department's requesting that the commission uphold the denial because the organization has not submitted anything that shows that it is providing charitable services either gratuitously or at a reduced rate in Nevada, nor has it really shown that it is operating within the state currently. It appeared that they were seeking an exemption for a one-time convention that they were holding in Las Vegas, but as that as that event has passed, and there doesn't appear to be any other operations that the organization is engaging in this state, it appears that the request is now moot. So the department would request that the commission uphold the denial.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't get the taxpayer's representative's name. Could you tell me again?
Yes, my name is Beth Ellis.
Ms.
Yes.
Ellis, it's your turn.
Okay. Yes, I would like to appeal the denial. Our convention was indeed held in March in Las Vegas. We have been holding annual conventions every year in a different state every year. And we are indeed a federally exempt organization. We are fully educational. We support after-school programs, and we supply educators with resources to operate high-quality programs. Every year for the last 10 years, we've been granted tax exempt status in each state that we have traveled to. And so we were just requesting that, Las Vegas do the same, because we are indeed a nonprofit charitable organization.
Thank you. Mr. Olson, did you have anything to add?
Well, just briefly in response, there are plenty of tax, organizations that fit the parameters of a 501c3 organization, but just because they do, they don't necessarily automatically fit the parameters that the Nevada revised statutes set forth for a sales tax exemption. And in our review, in the department's review of the application, it did not appear that there was going to be an ongoing operation within Nevada. And further, it didn't appear that they met the statutory requirements that the organization provide, either advance a public purpose or donate or render gratuitously or at a reduced rate a substantial portion of its services to the persons who are the subjects of its charitable services, and benefit a substantial and indefinite class of persons who are the legitimate subjects of charity. So it didn't appear that they would fit the definite or fit the criteria for a charitable organization sales tax exemption. And being that the event has already come and gone, it appears that, and it doesn't appear that there's going to be any further operation in the state of Nevada. It appears that this would be a moot request.
The event did actually already take place, but we started this process back in August of last year for our event that was to take place in March. We then spoke with somebody who told us when we first got the denial that if we applied for a one-time event criteria, maybe that we would be granted the tax exemption in that case. We were just really surprised because, like I said, we've been doing this for 10 years, in a different state almost every time. And we've never been questioned on it. Las Vegas is the only one that we've ever run into an issue as this. So I feel like it might deter people from wanting to do these types of events in the state of Nevada. So I just.
Chair Bursey, may I weigh in? Yes, thank you. So Ms. Ellis,
yes.
The purpose in Nevada, as you may or may not know, we don't have an income tax. We rely predominantly, at least with regarding the relevant tax to your organization on sales and use tax. And the great news for Nevada is we are a destination spot for conferences on a daily basis. And so we don't give a sales and use tax exemption to organizations like yours that admit and concede that they're just coming in town for an annual conference. But we certainly support after-school programs. I'm an educator, and but we want to see the what you're providing to our children in Nevada. And so the threshold would have been to show not that you're tax exempt regarding your federal tax liabilities, but that you serve Nevadans, not just for once every 10-year conference. So on a going forward basis, we'd love to have you come back to Nevada. That's what you're going to have to demonstrate, that the kids in Nevada are benefiting from your services so that we can justify to taxpayers not taxing you, because these kids, we rely on that revenue for our schools and roads and other services. So that's the condition. At this point, you didn't satisfy that requirement. We certainly welcome you back and welcome your application on a going forward basis, if you can satisfy that requirement.
I would speak to the fact that we did have a large amount of educators attending the event from Nevada, but from all around the country, but definitely inclusive of Nevada, and in fact, more so than we usually do because it was in state. But I mean, I guess the decision's yours, but it just seems like a shame because we are certainly a nonprofit. We're not gaining anything from this other than trying to do good for some, fellow educators and the running of their after-school programs.
This position has been consistently applied across all nonprofits, but we welcome you to come back.
Thank you.
And I think you just made your point, or our point, or Commissioner Littman's point, Ms. Ellis, when you said that it benefits the individuals who attend the conference. What we're looking for is not what's live through your paperwork where it serves the professionals who serves the kids. We want to see it benefiting the kids in our state. So I think that your submissions and your testimony have just benefited our position, and we haven't had a vote yet, but our position that would be that we want to see our children, our citizens benefited by your company, your professionals coming in. Any other questions?
This, Mr. Wren, I would make a motion that we uphold the denial of exemption status for the National After School Association.
This is Commissioner Byram. Mr. Olson has proposed that this action is moot. And therefore we wouldn't make a decision, but also I think it's important that we resolve these on their merits. And even though it's passed, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean the 3 years to go back and reassess if it actually did apply, would in some way be able to do a refund. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think that we want to resolve it on whether it's moot. I think we want to go with resolving it on its merits, which has been done and discussed. And with that, I will second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Byron. Is there further discussion on this agenda item? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Ellis. We appreciate your appearance.
Thank you for your time.
Ms. Flatley, next agenda item.
All right, agenda item 5D, the taxpayer's appeal of advisory opinion number 22-001, dated January 26, 2022. For the department, Deputy Attorney General Ross Olson, and the taxpayer, Mr. Jones, is present here in Carson City.
Good afternoon again.
Excuse me, Mr. Jones, I wasn't fast enough to jump in. This is Chairperson Bursey. Mr. Olson, would you give us just a brief summary of what the issue is here?
Certainly, Madam Chair. For the record, Ross Olson again. So this is an appeal of an advisory opinion issued by the department regarding basically a certain transfer of land between Nye County and a community called Belmont in Nye County. The taxpayer is requesting or is appealing on the basis that he believes the opinion is arbitrary and capricious. The department's position is that it is not, and the department accordingly requests that the commission uphold the advisory opinion.
Thank you. I apologize, Mr. Jones, for interrupting you. It's your opportunity to present your case now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Neil Jones, and I ask that this comment be included in the minutes of this meeting. This appeal of advisory opinion 22-001 is regarding the Department of Taxation and Attorney General's refusal to directly answer the questions of a taxpayer with respect to the applicability of the tax statutes. These questions were under the authority and jurisdiction of the Department of Taxation and the Tax Commission. The actions and issues in question were Nye County's use of the tax statutes to transfer treasurer trust properties to the ownership of the town of Belmont. It's a non-existent entity. Nye County's use of undocumented taxpayer funds to pay for these properties, and Belmont's status as a tax-exempt entity. Belmont acquired title to these properties that it owns with the full knowledge and backing of Nye County using a tax statute, NRS 361603, in Nye County Resolution 2013-17. The deeds for the properties that Belmont currently owns have been provided as evidence to the commission. These deeds are legal documents, and no court of competent jurisdiction has ruled them invalid or void in any manner. Evidence of Nye County's payment of these properties, correspondence, dollar amounts, project numbers, fund numbers used, has been presented to the commission. Nye County paid for the properties. Nye County does not own the properties until such time as a court of competent jurisdiction rules as such. My burden of proof is to present substantial evidence such that a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. The substantial evidence provided to and in the possession of the members of the commission should suffice. This is the truth. No evidence has been provided to the commission to show otherwise. The Department of Taxation's brief states, quote, "No acquisition occurred under the facts presented since a non-existent entity cannot acquire property," unquote. Deeds to the properties held by Belmont have been provided to the commission. Belmont may not legally be able to hold title to the properties, but that does not mean that it does not hold title. The department states that the evidence in the possession of the commission is void. The executive branch of government cannot rule that these facts are void, invalid, or do not exist. The brief states, quote, "Nye County could not provide funds to a non-existent entity," unquote. Evidence has been presented to the commission showing Nye County's expenditure of taxpayer funds to purchase the properties that Belmont holds title to. Because Nye County cannot legally provide funds to the benefit of a non-existent entity does not mean that the evidence showing that this has occurred is void, invalid, does not exist, or did not occur. The brief states, quote, "A non-existent entity has no liability for transfer or property taxes as it cannot own property," unquote. The deeds in the possession of the commission show Belmont's ownership of the properties. Because Belmont cannot legally own the properties does not dismiss their responsibility to pay the liability on the properties it currently owns. We have finally arrived at a point where it is clearly established that the non-existent entity of Belmont cannot legally own property, even though the facts presented show that it does. The substantial evidence presented to the commission of what has occurred, even though it may not legally occur, should allow a reasonable mind to accept the conclusion that what has occurred has not been in accordance with the laws of this state. That is exactly the answer to the questions posed in the petition for the advisory opinion, questions the department and the Attorney General refused to directly answer. I have only asked in the petition for an advisory opinion if these actions by Nye County and Belmont were in accordance with the tax statutes of this state. Did they have the statutory authority to take the documented actions that they have? I have not asked for adjudication of the issues. Based upon the preponderance of evidence that has been provided to the members of the commission, these facts should enable the commission to determine that the existence of the contested fact is far more probable than the non-existence of the contested fact. Nye County and Belmont did not abide by or conform to the tax statutes of this state. To claim the evidence presented to the commission is somehow void or invalid is in excess of the statutory authority of the department, Attorney General, and executive branch of government. The facts may not be ignored or dismissed. No reason or fact has been presented to show the evidence presented to the commission is anything other than the truth. The department's decision is therefore arbitrary. No evidence is presented that is contrary to the evidence provided to the commission. Therefore, the department's decision is capricious. I ask that the commission to remand this case to the Department of Taxation to properly and directly address the issues brought forth according to the evidence presented, addressing if Nye County and Belmont had the statutory authority to take the documented actions they have, and if they have abided by the tax statutes of this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Considering we had 282 pages, that was a very concise and to the point statement.
Thank you.
Mr. Olson.
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for the record, Ross Olson. This again appears to be despite claims to the contrary, this appears to be an attempt to litigate through an advisory opinion process, which is improper. An advisory opinion, and what it constitutes as is very well founded in our legal jurisprudence. Going back, it outdates even our Constitution. Basically, when seeking an advisory opinion, someone provides hypothetical facts and basically presuming the truth of the facts presented, the governing body that issues the advisory opinion gives the opinion. Here, Mr. Jones is saying basically he provides facts that are inherently contradictory. For instance, he's saying that the town of Belmont doesn't exist, but it owns property. Yet, by the very definition of those facts, those are they're mutually exclusive. It's very well founded in property law that a non-existent entity cannot own title or cannot own property, cannot hold title to property. So even in his statement where he says that Belmont was provided title, which, he did provide some documents from Nye County showing that Nye County conveyed to the town of Belmont 3 parcels. However, if as he represents that the town of Belmont is a non-existent entity, then those titles are void ab initio, even if a court of competent jurisdiction hasn't adjudicated the matter right away. So in presenting this opinion, the department took these facts, tried to reconcile them the best they could, and issued the opinion that it did. And in And in the request, in the petition for the advisory opinion, Mr. Jones asked 5 questions, and whether directly or through a reasonable inference, the questions were answered. He asked whether Belmont had the authority to receive property. Well, if Belmont's a non-existent entity, as he represents, then it doesn't. Did Nye County have the authority to provide undocumented funds to Belmont for the acquisition of property? If Belmont's a non-existent entity, then it can't receive funds. Then number 3, if Belmont is exempt from paying, is Belmont exempt from paying transfer of property taxes? Well, if it's non-existent, then it can't own it can't own property, then there's no property or transfer taxes to pay because it can't own property. If the transaction, and then he goes on, he asks whether the transactions were within the generally accepted accounting principles of the United States. That's really, while there's some statutory language that says that, it's not really within the jurisdiction of the commission to determine what those accounting principles are. And then last, whether the actions of Belmont and Nye County convey or show evidence fraud and dishonesty. The advisory opinion directly addressed that and showed that, well, there's not a lot here. More than likely, it shows that there's probably just some mistake made at the commission level or the county commission level, showing that there probably was some misunderstanding as to whether Belmont could or could not hold title to property. And even then, because we're talking about governmental entities that are tax exempt, it would probably be outside the jurisdiction of the commission. So basically, given the voluminous documents and the sometimes not so clear requests that Mr. Jones provided, the department did its best to synthesize and produce the opinion that it did. And it's not arbitrary nor capricious. The department went through, analyzed the law to the best it could, and ultimately, if Mr. Jones wants to litigate these facts in a court, and the court comes to a different conclusion, that's fine and dandy. But given the facts that the department faced, it applied the law the best it could within its jurisdiction, and therefore the department asked the commission to uphold the advisory opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Does the commission have any questions of the deputy DA deputy DA, that's my background, the DAG, or Mr. Jones?
Chair Bursey, this is Commissioner Rodefer.
Yes.
A question for Mr. Olson. And you can tell me if I'm reading your brief wrong, but is it the state's opinion that the request for this advisory opinion went beyond the scope of what an advisory opinion is for? And if that's true, then why issue the advisory opinion to begin with?
Well, Commissioner Rodefer, there were some aspects of the request that the department felt exceeded the advisory opinion process and indeed exceed the scope. There were some facts that the department was able to distill from the request that fit the process, or that would be appropriate to, or excuse me, that would provide an appropriate basis to issue an advisory opinion. the department, whether if he's, when he's asking if Belmont has the authority to receive property and is thus a tax exempt entity or not a tax exempt entity, those kinds of questions departments felt were appropriate to address based on the facts that we could discern from Mr. Jones's request.
And Mr. Jones, have you had any discussions with Nye County on this issue?
Neil Jones, for the record. Yes, sir. They were approached first on this. And basically, I'm at the point now that I'm not allowed to present anything regarding Belmont at a county commissioners meeting. So I had to take it to a different venue if I wish to try and get any of this information straightened out.
Okay. I have no further questions, Chairperson.
Thank you, Commissioner Rutherford. Does anyone else have a question?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Byram.
Yes, Commissioner.
I find this situation very strange and concerning, and I have probably a lot of questions in my mind, but it seems like a lot of the responses in the advisory opinion.
Can we stop for a minute? I'm sorry, they lost the connection in Las Vegas, so I want to make sure that you get reconnected. Sorry to interrupt.
They're using UNR's IT department. This is better than most. I know.
We can hear the whispering.
It says over there, they're still in the meeting.
Chair, could we go off the record while we get this figured out?
Yes, let's go off the record.
Thank you.
They just need to rejoin. Lizette.
Sharon, while we're off the record for just a second, I know we heard part of this before. Did we ask for the advisory opinion? And they gave it, and now he appealed it. Do you remember?
Oh,
Right.
I thought that was in our materials. Am I wrong?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've heard this before, and I can't remember if what our decision was to send and ask for an advisory opinion. And then they did an advisory opinion. Now he's appealing it. Is that?
I think you're right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Jones.
Are we back on?
No, we're still trying to figure it out. They're getting IT in the Las Vegas office.
The internet crashed in Las Vegas.
Oh, the internet went down. You think?
Yeah,
Oh,
they can call in if they have a telephone.
but aren't those internet based too?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, that's right. Unless somebody could use their cell phone. Which.
Excuse me. Sherwin Bursey, how about a 10-minute break while they figure this out?
Certainly.
Great, thank you.
Nick Solly, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can we finish the meeting from the Las Vegas office using the phone? We lost internet.
Thank you. We can hear you. Thank you.
We are waiting for Commissioner Wren to return. But are we good to go in Las Vegas?
I'm here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are we good to go in Las Vegas now?
Do you guys want to unmute and respond?
You can unmute by dialing *9 on the phone.
Las Vegas, let us know you can hear us. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, they're Las Vegas is on their phone, but it's still on mute. Oh, there they go.
Las Vegas, are
Yes,
you
Las
unmuted?
Vegas can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Are you guys ready for us to resume?
Yes, we're ready. What item are we on? We're hoping we didn't miss much.
No, we stopped during questions on item D1. We just wanted to make sure that we were prepared to continue. So it sounds like the connection's good. You can hear us okay? Can all the commissioners hear Las Vegas okay?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
speak up in Las Vegas. So let's go back on the record, and Commissioner Byram was asking questions, or about to.
Okay, I guess this opinion is very unsatisfactory to me, and I think it's probably because it's hard to answer a question that's unanswerable, and trying to make sense of this whole mystery. I would commend Mr. Tones for his efforts to figure this out. I believe he lives in a community called Belmont, and it has no budget rate, but now this property was transferred and deeded to it, and he's being told that it can't hold properly because it's not a government entity, and the property was transferred and the taxes were wiped out that would have otherwise had to have been paid if it was by a non-exempt entity that's taxpayer funds. And I think he approached this through the local government finance, through the local governments, through every avenue he could find, but he's not getting the answer. And this opinion doesn't really answer the question, because I think it is a little bit outside of the scope of the tax commission, and it probably is something that needs to be posed to a district court or an entity that has a broader authority to say, you're right, this property could not have been transferred. It needs to be transferred back and held in trust in my county, or whatever the solution is. This isn't getting him to a solution. And whether we uphold the opinion or not, it's appealable to the next level, to the district court. And that might get him to an audience to a court that can do something. But if it's an appeal of this decision, it's only going to answer what this decision said, this opinion said. So I don't have an answer, and I really wish I did, because this is confusing and contradictory. And I don't know that the Attorney General's office had any choice but to say that is not a legal entity, therefore it can't hold the property. The fact that it holds the property. So now where do you go? So I'm more confused after reading through this in detail than I probably was last time I read through it, and thought that we were going to be able to get an answer by delving more deeply. But that's all I have. I'm not satisfied with the decision. But I don't know if there's a choice. And I'll just mute myself now and try to shut up.
Thank you, not for saying you mute yourself, but thank you for your comments, Commissioner. I'd just like to add that the deputy AGs and the staff who worked on this, it was a very difficult job because coming from a background in the DA's office like I do, where I wrote a number of advisory opinions, the standard is always the same. You can only address the hypothetical facts that the questioner or the person who's asking for the opinion presents to you. And you take those facts as true. So if Mr. Jones says that the town of Belmont is non-existent, then that's the fact that the deputy has to go with. So it's very difficult because the number of facts just aren't out there to work with. And Commissioner Byram, I'm with you. I think that I don't think it was a suggestion, but your observation that if this is an appeal, if our decision is an appealable decision and it can go to district court, perhaps that's the right avenue. Are there any other questions? Is there a motion on this agenda item? The item is Mr. Neil Jones' appeal of advisory opinion number 22-001. Would somebody take a stab at it?
This is Commissioner Brown. I would make the motion to deny the appeal of the administrative law judge's decision.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Commissioner Lippman seconds it, but it's, I apologize if it's not administrative law judge, isn't it the advisory opinion?
Apologize.
Yep, okay.
I apologize.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure. So I second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Lippman. It's been moved and seconded that the commission deny the taxpayer's appeal of advisory opinion number 22-001 dated January 26, 2022. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, Commissioner Bursey,
Yes.
I would just say that I concur with Commissioner Rigby's position that this is maybe not a decision for here. This is an appealable decision, and to get the answer that Mr. Jones is looking for, it seems like a court is the appropriate venue.
Thank you.
Sorry, who was speaking just now?
That was Commissioner Brown.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Rutherford. I would agree with Commissioner Brown. I mean, I think if Mr. Jones were to get just a ruling from a district court as to whether or not Belmont legally exists or does not exist, I think that renders, it gives him the answer that he wants, probably.
I'm going to call for a vote on the motion then. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for going to the trouble of appearing in person. It's always nice to be able to see a face. And I'm sorry we couldn't do any more to sort out this conundrum for you.
Thank you to the commission.
All right, Chief Deputy Director Flatley.
Thank you. Item 5E, taxpayers appeal of administrative law judge's decision pursuant to NRS 360.245 and NAC 360.175. I see we have the Las Vegas conference room reconnected to Zoom, and appearing there is taxpayers representative Blake Dorr, and for the department, Louis Soka, Deputy Attorney General, who I believe is also on Zoom.
Do we have a taxpayer representative on Zoom or on the phone or in person?
Blake Dorr on behalf of the taxpayer in Las Vegas.
Oh, I'm sorry, Blake, I am so used to you being in front of us in a different capacity. Welcome, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
We have the Honest Company, and I'm going to ask the DAG just to give us a very short summary of the issues, and then we'll go to you, Mr. Dorr. as a representative of the taxpayer.
Can I real quick? This is Brendan Sheehay. I'm the general counsel for the Honest Company, appearing for the record.
Pardon me, you're the general counsel for whom?
For the Honest Company?
Yes.
The taxpayer.
Yes.
Taxpayer. Thank you.
Thank you for making your appearance. Mr. Koska.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Louis Zoka, Deputy Attorney General. This is a fairly, although it's been extensively briefed, there was a pre-hearing brief, a post-hearing brief, and now briefs before the commission. At the heart of the matter, this is a fairly simple issue, and that is this. Under the abatement agreement that the taxpayer had with GoEd, they were required to have.
Mr.
I'm sorry?
President, just a brief summary of what the issue is. You can argue the department's case after the taxpayer makes his presentation. So if you could just tell us what it's about and not your position, I really appreciate that.
Understood. And I was going to get right to that main issue. So the main issue is that the under the abatement agreement, the taxpayer was supposed to have 10 employees. Instead, they had 2 employees. And this comes down to the interpretation of NRS 360.750, which says that the employees must be on the payroll of the business. And in this case, the company hired a third party to provide the employees, and whether that met the requirements of that statutory provision. And that's where we're at. That's sort of the crossroads we're at with the taxpayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Dorr.
As Mr. Soka said, this has been extensively briefed. We've done additional briefing to the commission. I hope we parsed the issues out, but I know that some explanation will definitely assist. So as Mr. Soka said, this does come down to the compliance of the taxpayer in this abatement. As Mr. Soka said, NRS 360.750 does sort of set forth 3 main provisions: number of employees, the amount of pay, and the capital expenditure. Off the bat, if it wasn't clear from the briefing, there really isn't a dispute about the capital expenditure or the rate of pay. The issue comes down to the number of employees. Now, I want to direct the commission's attention specifically to NRS 370.752, which talks about the applicant had to demonstrate that it would have 50 or more full-time employees on the payroll of the business. As Mr. Soka said, and I agree, that is what the statute said. The department has repeatedly gone back to that statutory provision time and time again to make its decision in this case. What's left out of that is the fact that the department and the taxpayer entered into an agreement, the abatement agreement, which it does appear like the intent of it was to track the provisions of the statute. However, with respect to that specific provision, it's something different in the abatement agreement. The abatement agreement says when we're looking at the number of employees, it talks about those employees being in a defined term in the contract, full-time employee. Full-time employee had a different meaning in the defined term. In fact, that definition is a person who is in a permanent position of employment at the project works an average number of 30 hours per week. As we've gone through this process, going back to my original correspondence to GoEd, where I set forth the taxpayer's position, we've pointed this out, that this abatement agreement appears to require the taxpayer to have full-time employees at the project, which is distinct from having the employees on the payroll of the business. I understand there's a statute, there are provisions, and there's a contract and there are provisions. What I haven't ever heard from the department, not in any of the briefing, nor in the administrative law judge's decision, was to attempt to reconcile how these two provisions go together and how they're supposed to be read. Rather, the department, who I have the utmost respect for, has beaten my client over the head with the fact that the taxpayers weren't, quote, on the payroll of the business. Now, when I say that, I want to take us a couple steps back to what happened. So the abatement agreement is a 5-year agreement, and the taxpayer has 2 years to come up to compliance. And then it's to remain in compliance for the remaining 3 years. So if the state gets nothing in the first 2 years, by the time we get to the beginning of the third year, we're supposed to be in compliance. Now, as the auditor found, the taxpayer came into compliance long before that. It was in compliance with the capital expenditure, where rather than it being $1 million, it expended $9 million. Rather than, and at this point, the original application was for a full abatement, but then it was determined that it would be a partial abatement. So at that point, it went to the number of employees being 10. So by the before the 8th quarter, in fact, it was 5 quarters earlier. So by the 3rd quarter after they entered the agreement, they had the 10 employees, they had the average wage, and they'd already made the capital expenditure. And the auditor determined that in the audit findings. What happens when we get to the beginning of year 3 is that's when the first audit happens, the compliance audit. The compliance audit, which I'll point out to the commission, is also included in that is included in the abatement agreement I'm fumbling with my papers here and I apologize. The abatement agreement at Article 4 called compliance audit, and that's base stamp tax 00075. I'm reading what the compliance audit is for. Pursuant to NRS 36755, the company agrees to provide the Department of Taxation with access to the company's books, records, files, and other material pertinent to, here's the important part, the requirements of this agreement, to the extent reasonably necessary for the Department of Taxation to carry out audits and monitor and verify the company's compliance with the terms of this agreement. So the compliance audit, in order for the department to verify that the taxpayer was in compliance with the terms of the agreement, happened at that point. The findings from that audit went to the analysis of the statute. It does not ever say that the taxpayer had full-time employees as the agreement contemplates working at the time. And in fact, this is what the taxpayer had said to the department throughout the process, throughout the audit process. Hey, wait a minute. When we look at this agreement, we do have the full-time employees at the property. And the department said, well, they went to an employee leasing company. And the taxpayer went back and said to the department, yeah, but they're full-time employees at the property still. Full-time employees at the property, as the definition in the agreement states. Now, we did not dispute that we had moved them to an employee leasing company, which I'd like to point out is a Nevada company, is paying all the same taxes that the taxpayer would have been paying, and really is the reason that the businesses who moved to Nevada are given the abatement in the first place. So they can't have people working in the state, collecting all the profits and then paying it to some other state. So in this instance, while I understand that's a concern, in this instance, that isn't what occurred. It's a Nevada entity. The The payroll taxes are being paid to Nevada. The unemployment taxes are being paid to Nevada. The employees are living in Nevada, which is really, the jobs have been created in Nevada. They're still in Nevada. They've been working the whole entire time. So that really does get down to then the whole reason that the state offered my client and other taxpayers these abatements. As we've gone through this process, I set forth this argument first to GoEd, and all I got from, let me take a step back. So initially, when we started this, the taxpayer had been dealing with the department. The audit was completed, and they said, well, look, you're not in compliance. The taxpayer called me, and I called the department. I said, help me understand what's going on here. I came to the department. We're in a new office now, but I made an appointment with Miss Oliver. I went in and spoke to her, and she said, I would love to help you here. However, this is really GoEd's issue. And we just take what GoEd tells us and we do it. So if you want something, I need you to go back to GoEd. That's what I did. I went back to my office, and I believe it was on May 31st, on or around that date, I penned a very well thought out letter regarding the specific things that I've just talked to you about, that there's a statute and it has one sort of requirement, that there's the abatement agreement and it has another one. And I said, I think that you looked at one, but I don't think you looked at the other. And I think that we should talk about that. And during the audit, before I was involved in this, when there was sort of some still communication before the audit had been finalized, the auditor went to the taxpayer and said, look, you were supposed to have 10 employees here. You had more employees up until a couple months back. But now that was through the 8th quarter. You're into the 9th quarter. You were supposed to be in compliance. But if you would just move 8 of those employees back, everything would be fine. You'd be in compliance with the statute. Everything would be great. In the exhibit packet to the briefs, there were communications, the email communications back and forth between the department and the taxpayer on this issue. And I'll direct the commission's attention to what's been bait stamp tax 107, 107, and other pages right around there. These are the communications where they're telling GoEd in conjunction. So the auditor has communicated with GoEd. GoEd has said, look, the way I read this statute, she even included it in there. The way I read this statute, they needed to be in compliance absolutely by the end of the 8th quarter. And because at the end of the 8th quarter, they didn't have 10 employees on the payroll. In my opinion, that's the end of this. There's no going back. They can't meet it. There's absolutely nothing they can do. The department then tells the taxpayer, wait a minute, I think maybe if you move those people back,
Excuse me, Mr. Dorr. We've read, I believe, all of the communications back and forth between your client and the entities involved. So you don't need to remind us of that. Just, if you can move along.
I will move this along, Commissioner Versi. I believe at that point that there is a difference in the statute and the abatement agreement. I do believe it was briefed. I've brought you up to the point of the compliance audit and what happened there. I'd like to make 2 more points. Point number 3 is that the abatement agreement at section 5.1A required the department as a precondition to attempting to claw back and seek repayment of any abated taxes to provide the taxpayer with a notice of default and opportunity to cure. That was, those things were discussed at the hearing. The hearing officer, for some reason, determined that the taxpayer should have, in the 18 months while this was pending, should have tried to work this out with the department or with GoEd. And the taxpayer absolutely would have done that. But the taxpayer was told by the department to go to GoEd. And then when the taxpayer went to GoEd, GoEd told them that all they could do was go back to and have this all decided in a contested hearing. And so if there's just a disconnect there. The taxpayer obviously wanted to work this out. They didn't want a multi-$100,000 tax abatement bill to pay back. They wanted to go back to figure out how they could be in compliance. Just to my point, I'll point out that the email does say, Sherman Misa is telling the auditor, let me know if that's going to work out because I'll move them back right now. So I also want to point out that the administrative law judge included in her opinion that the taxpayer never proposed to GoEd a plan to correct the noncompliance identified by the department and confirmed by GoEd. And I'll just point out that the taxpayer tried, and the documents show that the taxpayer was trying to do that, but the department told it to go to GoEd, and GoEd told it to go to the hearing. And so that's what we did. And here we are today. The final point is, and I think I thank you for your indulging me and allowing me, because I think a lot of these things come to my fourth point, which really has to do with a determination of substantial compliance. Was the taxpayer in substantial compliance with the agreement? I'm sure that the commissioners have seen in the communications back and forth where there was a discussion by the department, and Ms. Oliver is talking to the auditor. Ms. Oliver is saying, hey, was GoEd included in this decision? And the auditor said she was, and here's the emails. Well, those are the emails that say the taxpayer didn't have 10 employees, which is what the statute says. And so I believe that an analysis for substantial compliance isn't a de facto compliance. It is, in fact, I set that forth in my brief, where we have a case law that tells what substantial compliance ought to be. It is to be determined with respect to the legislative goals and policies underlying the statute in question. What did the statute seek to do? I included this in my brief to the administrative law judge. In fact, it was the post-hearing brief because we discussed this and said, hey, this probably should have been fleshed out a little bit more. I included that. Were there primary jobs created? Was there an executed agreement that complies with 36755? Yes. The business is properly registered pursuant to state and local requirements. That's never been disputed. That the business is to comply with the hourly wage requirements of Section 2D. That's one. That's something to look at. Offer health insurance plan by the 8th quarter. There's no evidence that that wasn't done. Within 2 years, meet one of the following: 50 full-time employees on payroll or make capital investment of $1 million in the business. We invested $9 million by then. The applicant must contain a total number of new employees with which the business anticipates hiring. So these were the requirements. Not only did we say we were going to do this, but we in fact did it, and we did it early. We had moved the two to the employee leasing company in the quarter before, but that didn't take into account that we were, well, for the entire period, the taxpayer was in compliance with the abatement agreement because there were still full-time employees, as that term is defined, at the project. There were 2 employees that, pursuant to the statute, were required because the hourly wage met that, and the taxpayer was willing at the time they started talking to the department to have moved those 8 employees back if that's what it would have done had GoEd through the department said that they that there was just no way to cure this. And so if there's no way to cure this, I don't understand how section 5.1 of the abatement agreement that required the department to give us a notice of default and an opportunity to cure has been met by the department, number one. But number two, I don't think that the analysis on all of the factors that could have led to the conclusion that the taxpayer was in substantial compliance have really been taken into consideration. There's no opinion in the administrative law judge's decision that says the taxpayer was in fact in compliance with the abatement agreement. And I'll point out that that the department through this process has mixed the terms full-time employee and employees on the payroll to try to confuse the issue and make it seem like it's the exact same thing, and they're not. Even as late as the briefing to this commission and the department's brief, he cites to the abatement agreement, and then uses the language from the statute. And so, again, the taxpayer was in compliance with the abatement agreement. All of the provisions of the statute that lead to what was the legislature's intent when they were offering these to taxpayers, what were the things that we were supposed to get from the taxpayer? There's only one missing, and it's a 20% ratio. So we're 100% on everything and 1 on 20%, and that's still, and 100% of the abatement agreement has been satisfied, but that doesn't lead to a finding of substantial compliance on the taxpayer. So the taxpayer brought all the jobs, spent $9 million, and paid them better than the average wage in the state, paid their health insurance, and in return got nothing except a $700,000 bill. And for those reasons, we're asking that the commission overturn the administrative law judge's decision and find that the taxpayer was in substantial compliance. We can't hear you, Commissioner. You're muted. Sorry.
So what's the pleasure of the commission? Would you like to ask Mr. Dorr questions, or would you like to hear from Mr. Solkai? Mine is to hear from Mr. Solkai. All right.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask Commissioner Byram, I would like to ask a question if I could to Mr. Dorr.
Sure.
Other than normal turnover, does the honest company employ roughly the same people, the same number of people after working through a leasing company as before?
Brendan, are you on the line?
I am.
Is Sherman there? I know he would be the very person to answer that. Madam Commissioner, what I have understood thus far is that the number of employees hasn't changed at all. Whether there was other turnover, I'm not sure. I would be what business hasn't experienced turnover, especially in the past 2 years, but I don't know the specific answer to the question. What I do know is that the number of employees at the project never changed from the initial opening. It's a very fairly determined operation given their space, and my understanding has been that the number of employees has never changed drastically from the original.
And so they're working on the project. I think the language is in the agreement.
That's correct.
They're still supervised and under the direction of the honest company management.
Correct. It is absolutely at the same location. They haven't changed location since they came here, so they've been there at the project.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Commissioner, if I may, this is Brendan
Excuse
Sheehan,
me, oh,
taxpayer.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
Just want to say, yes, the number hasn't materially changed to the best of my knowledge. There is seasonality, as you can imagine. We ship all of our direct consumer orders out of our Las Vegas warehouse. And so when you get to the holidays, there'll be turnover and we'll increase staffing at that point. But to the best of my knowledge, the number of employees at that site has not changed materially since we entered into the agreement.
Okay. Chair Bursey, would I be able to ask a question of Mr. Soka now, or is he making a presentation first?
Let's let Mr. Soka give his presentation and then we can ask all the rest of our questions.
Can I ask one follow-up, Chair Bursey, to
Sure,
Commissioner? Thank you. Sorry for, this is a question for the taxpayer. So as we all know, words matter. I think this case really evidences this. And so when I think of, as a tax law professor, as a taxpayer, as a tax commissioner, when I hear the word employee, that is very different than contract labor. And so these individuals, were they receiving W-2s from the honest company?
At what point in time? So at the point of the abatement agreement, Madam Commissioner?
Yes.
Well, that's a good question, but at the, so when they were employees of the honest company, they were receiving W-2s from the honest company, right? In compliance with federal and state law. But once they became leased from another company, I assumed that they were no longer receiving W-2s, were no longer under the payroll tax, under the workman's comp definition, employees of the honest company. Is that true?
Yeah, per our contract with the logistics provider, they received offers of employment from the logistics provider, received W-2s from the logistics provider, and those costs were then passed through to honest with the management fee.
Got it. Thank you. And now I would love to hear from the department.
Mr. Koza.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, members of the commission. This, as I said in my introduction, this has been extensively briefed by both sides. At the point that the ALJ decided this matter, there were 5 briefs that were already done, 2 by myself and 3 by the taxpayer. And indeed, all the arguments I'm hearing today were already addressed to the ALJ. But I think at the heart of this, again, what I go back to, at the heart of this, what the taxpayer is asking us to do is to ignore the specific mandate of NRS 360.750, which requires that the employees must be on the payroll of the business. There's just no way around that. There's a lot of arguments being made about process. There's a lot of arguments being about contractual issues, but at the heart of it, the department cannot ignore a statute that the legislature enacted. And the statute says what it says. It says the employee must be on the payroll of the business. Now, going back a little bit to the process part of this, some of the things that were said by the taxpayer. So our approach in terms of approaching this, both with the department audit and then the subsequent hearing before the ALJ, is we've allowed the taxpayer to raise its argument to everybody else involved in this process. So they were in conversations with GoAhead. There were conversations, I believe they even reached out to the governor's office. And we were certainly amenable to any opportunity that they could have in terms of addressing their concerns to anybody along the process that they could. We were open to that. But at the end of the day, all the department can do is follow what the statute says. Now, in terms of the standard that you're looking at here, that's the ALJ standard, which is arbitrary and capricious or otherwise contrary to law. And all the ALJ could do is what all the department could do, which is to follow the statute. We follow the language of the statute. Now, how I would conceptualize this a little bit also is normally when you have a licensed regulated entity, that's subject to government entities regulations. You have statutes and you have regulations that entity must abide by. GOED is a little bit different because they have the statute, they have the GOED provisions under NRS 360 toward the tail end of those statutes, but they are allowed to have a contractual relationship pursuant to those statutory provisions with the taxpayer. And it's essentially that contract almost serves like regulations of that individual relationship between the Office of GOED and the taxpayer. Now, just as a regulated entity cannot go to the government and say, I'm okay with your regulations, but please ignore the statutes. Similarly, in this GOED relationship, a person who's subject to that GOED agreement cannot say that, generally, I'm okay with the contract, but please ignore what the statute says. You cannot do that. You have to follow what the statute says. And I want to point out some basic general principles and wrap it up because the brief is so extensive by both sides that I think you have probably read it all and seen it all. So I don't want to extensively belabor this, but I want to point out a few things. First, the contract says that any ambiguity must be construed in favor of taxation and against the taxpayer. That's in the GOED agreement. The second thing I want to point out here is when the courts have looked at the substantial compliance issue, just as the ALJ has looked at a substantial compliance issue, the courts have said this: complete failure to meet a specific requirement of a statute will result in a lack of substantial compliance. This is from the Choi v. Ameristar Casinos decision. It's a Nevada case. It's in our briefing. So that's also a very important principle to keep in mind. And then the last thing I want to point out here is after this GOED scheme in NRS 367-50 other provisions was enacted along with some other similar provisions elsewhere, in 2015 in the 78th legislature, they amended AB 389. And when they amended NRS 616B.691, they said that the client of an employee leasing company in that context relative to some compensation issues, even though they were leased employees, they were the employees of the company. Well, they made no similar, the Nevada legislature made no similar amendment, even though they were aware of the GOED provisions, they made no similar amendment to the GOED provisions. So again, I go back to the issue of we have to follow what the legislature said, we have to follow what the law said, and the department cannot ignore what the legislature mandated here. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Soka. I'm going to open it to questions from the commissioners now.
Chair Bursey, this is Commissioner Rutherford. I guess a question for the honest company. Who has the responsibility at your company to generally handle compliance? Who is that person?
On the employee side, we are Chief People Officer.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
On our employee side, we are Chief People Officer.
Your Chief People Officer?
Correct.
Okay. And so that person would be tasked with the responsibility of ensuring compliance with this abatement agreement?
I apologize. No, if you're asking about generally, we would have fallen under our accounting and finance group.
Okay.
Compliance.
I'm trying to figure out.
Which is why you saw Mr. Misa, who's our controller in the record.
Okay. So your controller then would have the responsibility for ensuring compliance with this abatement agreement?
Correct, along with our Chief People Officer.
Okay. I really don't have any other questions, Chair Bursey.
Thank you, Commissioner Rutherford.
Chair Bursey, may I make a comment?
Yes.
I think sometimes when we're down in the weeds of the language of the agreement versus the language of the statute to apply for the agreement, we're in the weeds. But if we step back and think about what the purpose of GOED was when it was originated and it currently is to diversify and stimulate the Nevada's economy. So we have a very limited economy in Nevada, gaming, tourism, mining somewhat, and we need to diversify this economy in order to not have cyclical and problems going forward. And then there are a number of companies that want to expand into other states, and they are pursuing what that state has to offer. And that's why we've developed this system. We want them to look at Nevada and locate here versus other states that they're looking at. We want to provide good incentives for businesses to locate here because it stimulates our economy. It brings people in, keeps them employed, stimulates our tax base for property tax purposes, sales tax purposes down the road. And it's a good thing to do. And then these companies can choose where to locate. But if they come here and they spend 9 million when they were required to spend $1 million in capital investment, they employ the people who are still employed, but they've used a leasing company, which the statute does say that the client company is still the employer of employees work through a leasing company. That was just quoted in that bill. We're still in compliance with the statute. But if a company comes here and goes overboard to comply, like the honest company did, and then gets a rug pulled out from them where the clawback of $700,000 is done, that's going to be in the business journals. If you want to negotiate and go to Nevada, here's a warning. Here's a warning for you. They'll find a technicality or a situation where they can say, oh, you complied with the rules, but you didn't, the statute said this, we failed to put that into our agreement, but we're going to hold you to it. I struggle with this. I guess I don't struggle with it. I'm frustrated with the opinion. And I think I would find this company in full compliance, not substantial compliance. They're still employing the people that they've employed. They've made more than the required investment. They're continuing to bring this company. It's Nevada's purpose to try to stimulate the economy by using this go-ed provision. I just don't think that if you're talking about employees, that's probably $10,000 of the $700,000. The investment part where they received a benefit is the remainder of that, but we're going to claw back all of it because of a technicality. I think that since the tax commission's in a position to apply some common sense and judgment and look at the public policy issues, we need to think about go-ed and what the purpose of it is and what impact this could have on any other company looking to where they may want to locate in the future. And that's just my thought.
Thank you, Commissioner Byram. Anyone else?
I'm prepared to make a motion, Chair Bursey, if you're interested.
I'm interested. Commissioner Brown.
I actually have a question of Ms. Boardlove.
Commissioner Whitman, yes.
Thank you. So I do find this to be a much tougher case than Commissioner Byram describes, because I do believe that the DAG and the ALJ they have a standard of review. They have to look at the statute. The statute, uses the term employees. However, Commissioner Byram, I do agree with you that the intent of these provisions is to diversify the economy, bring companies just like the honest company. I mean, you couldn't have a better name, right? We want you in Nevada. And in that, your attorney did a great job of describing the compliance, but one of the concerns that he articulated is that these employees of this leasing company, while in this case, they were and are Nevadans living in Nevada, consuming Nevada goods, and being great Nevadans, and we want that, being paid well as you have paid them well. I love a head people officer making sure that things are that employees are being treated well. So here, I would say that while I agree with the ALJ and I agree with the DAG that the statute, you're not in compliance, but which is what they have to apply. Can we apply equity here and look at substantial compliance from the fact that in this case, these individuals continued to be Nevadans, because I wouldn't want a leasing company to be paying Californians or, Utahns or Idahoans these salaries. And that's the risk that I worry about, Commissioner Byram, that we're opening a crack here for a precedent where we're not creating jobs in Nevada. So I guess here, this company is on the record. The attorney said it expressly that these are individuals who are in Nevada, consuming Nevada goods, sending their kids to school in Nevada. So Ms. Boardlove, do we have the opportunity to use equity here?
You can rule, you're acting similar as to an appellate judge kind of in your role today with this. I mean, you could look at it and say, you're going to interpret this statute for purposes of substantial compliance in a certain way. That may open other doors to arguments down the road that you may not want. And so that's something to take into consideration. I would definitely make any recommendation that any decision you make here be pretty fact specific, so you don't walk into ad hoc rulemaking kind of decisions being made. But again, it's your interpretation. You're given the role right now to interpret the statutes within your chapter. And that is the purview of the commission as a whole to make those interpretations. I don't know if that is wishy-washy a little bit in answer, but I'm hoping that helps give you kind of what helps guide you guys a little bit in what you're looking for.
That was very helpful. And the substantial compliance also helps us because it doesn't say absolute compliance. And here, the facts, as you're representing Honest Company and the lawyer, are that these individuals were Nevadans, the salaries were paid in Nevada, consuming. And so that goes to the intent, as Commissioner Byram was saying, what we want more companies to diversify the economy, and we want to attract them, and we want to invest $9 million versus $1 million, and hire Nevadans and give them a good salary. So with that, unless others have questions, I would like to move to overturn, deny, or to allow the taxpayers' appeal of the administrative law judge's decision. And effectively what I'm saying is rule in favor of the Honest Company, given their facts are, as represented, are in substantial compliance.
Thank you, Commissioner Lipman. Commissioner Brown, since you didn't get to make the motion, would you make the second?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I would second that, but I want to develop the record just slightly more to narrow what we're approving today.
Thank you.
And I would just submit that it is my opinion that the Honest Companies are in absolute compliance with the GOED agreement, and that they are in substantial compliance with the law. And I think there is a differentiation between the two, and I think that's important to notate here. And with that, I'll second your motion.
And I accept that friendly amendment. And thank you, Commissioner Brown, because I thought you were moving in that direction. So I didn't mean to usurp your
Thank you, Commissioners. Is there further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Commissioner Witt, opposed.
Commissioner Witt is opposed. The motion carries. Thank you, everyone who spent so much time and effort making this as clear as possible to us. It made the decision, I think, easier.
Thank you, members of the commission.
You.
Chief Deputy Director Flatley, we have one more agenda item.
Yes, Commissioner Brown just stepped out. I can call the next matter, or would you?
No, let's wait for him, please.
Okay.
Is there a representative for this matter, Cirilo Vasquez Carrera and Sebastiana Trujillo Campos on the line? If so, please raise your hand or dial *9.
Tina, we have them here in the Las Vegas office.
Thank you, Lizette.
Tómese. Are we okay with?
All right, with Commissioner Brown back, I'll call the next matter. So the next matter is item 5E2. Cirilo Vasquez Carrera and Sebastiana Trujillo Campos. And for the department is Natasha Gabriel, Deputy Attorney General, and it looks like the taxpayer is appearing in person in Las Vegas.
¿Usted es Cirilo?
Sí.
So I think that we'll continue as we have. Natasha Gabriel, would you give us just a very brief introduction to this matter?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Bursey. Natasha Gabriel, Deputy Attorney General on behalf of the department today. As just a brief intro into this matter, giving the facts here, this is pretty much a case of just underreporting sales of tangible personal property under NRS Chapter 372. The taxpayer here operated booths at the swap meet, and there are 2 locations. We named them in our briefing consistently the Broad Acres location and the Eastern location.
Okay, I'm learning as I go along here, being chair. I think that when I ask you to do a summary, and maybe that's the wrong thing to do, but just what the taxpayer is asking for and what the department is asking for, it takes 4 or 5 sentences, I think.
Okay, so the taxpayer argues that the department double taxed or showed double tax on their audits, but the department argues that that did not happen because the taxpayer underreported. And that's the simplest form of the issues.
That is perfect. Thank you very much. Then I'll go to the taxpayer's representative. It is your appeal, and we're ready to listen to you.
This is Mixali Arambula for the record. The taxpayer is Cirilo Vasquez Carrera. He's asking for help to interpret. I will be more than happy to interpret if you'd like. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Can you repeat your question, please?
Oh, it wasn't a question. It was an opportunity for you or for the taxpayer to present his case as to why the commission should rule as he's asking.
Okay, 1 second, please. Le están dando la oportunidad de que presente su caso hacia los comisionados. Le pido por favor que su declaración sea, vamos a decir, breve o no breve, sino por paso, para yo poder traducir lo que usted está diciendo a los comisionados.
El que me está haciendo todo eso los tiene él y no me los quiere dar.
Ok.
Yo ya fui con él y me quiere cobrar porque me den mis papeles, porque lo que pasa es que yo le pagué 6,500.
Ok, permítame un segundito. What he is here today to state is that the person that is helping him through this process is holding his documents at bay. He's continuing to ask him for more money. He says he's paid him up to $6,500 to help him with this process. ¿Está pidiendo tiempo extra? ¿Qué está pidiendo los
Ella
comisionados?
no quiso hacerme nada. O sea, porque
¿Y usted
quiere
qué les está pidiendo a ellos?
que me dé mis papeles, porque la otra muchacha, la que me está haciendo mis taxes, ella se va a hacer de cargo de arreglarme los problemas. Lo que pasa es que él quedó de cobrarme, o sea, me dio por los 6,500, pero me iba a componer las licencias, me iba a componer todo, porque lo que pasa es que yo estoy reportando los taxis mes por mes.
De acuerdo, pero usted está pidiendo a los comisionados más tiempo?
Sí, 30 días.
Okay. He says he's requesting more time to present this matter to the commission. Can more time be granted?
Well, it's my understanding then that he's having issues with the person he has hired to represent him in this case.
That is
And
correct.
he's asking for more time to find another person to represent him, or I'm not really clear on that.
He is asking more time to gather the documents to clarify the issue, and he already has one person lined up to help him.
Well, before we decide that, why don't we hear from the Ms. Gabriel?
Van a escuchar lo que tiene que decir la abogada.
Thank you, Chair Bursey. For the record, again, Natasha Gabriel, Deputy Attorney General on behalf of department today. I will say that while I always sympathize with taxpayers and their representation, and I do always want to give them an opportunity, I would like for this commission to note that this appeal is over a year old, and it was represented to me throughout the year that there was actually going to be a withdrawal of this appeal and a payment, and it's why I kind of held off on noticing it to this commission for this long. However, taxpayer and taxpayer representative have not been very communicative with me, and so I went ahead and noticed this case. So I will like to state that this matter is over a year old. Secondly, I would like to state that this commission, for purposes of its review, is bound by the record on appeal that was presented to the administrative law judge in this matter. And so any other documentation that the taxpayer may or may not have, I'm not sure, wouldn't really be helpful for this commission deciding this matter, because the record has already been closed and the ALJ was able to make a determination based on the evidence given to her. And that's what I'd like to state as to whether or not the department agrees to continue this matter. It sounds like that's what's happening. I would say that the department objects. And then my question to the commission is, would you like me to continue to state the analysis of this case, or would you like to rule first on whether you would like to extend this matter to another date?
Question first, Ms. Gabriel. Have you been dealing with counsel or another type of representative for this taxpayer?
They are called Aztec Tax Solutions. I've spoken to Ivan Natera before, which I believe she's an accountant. And then I haven't spoken to directly, but there's a Charles Radovich that's on the record that also has an Aztec Tax Solutions address, but I believe he is a licensed Nevada attorney. He's not someone that I've tried to reach out. I haven't received communication back, but I have spoken to Miss Natera. I have not spoken ever directly to taxpayer, as I do not speak Spanish, so that would be an ineffective communication, I believe.
I'm going to throw this out to the commission, then. What's your pleasure on whether or not to grant the taxpayer his request for continuance?
Chair Bursey, this is Commissioner Rotifer.
Yes.
Given the fact that this is not going to be a de novo hearing, we're confined to the administrative record, and the fact that this taxpayer has had a year to this point to cooperate in this process, I'm not at all interested in continuing the hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Rotifer. Is there another opinion?
This is Commissioner Witt. I believe that the administrative law judge did an appropriate analysis, and I support her decision.
Well, let's let Ms. Gabriel make her brief case, and then we'll discuss the case and go forward.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So as I stated before, this is a case of just underreporting sales of tangible personal property. There were two booth locations that were operated, the Eastern location and the Broad Acres location. What happened was this taxpayer typically records their sales in a handwritten journal of the Eastern location, which is operated, I believe, every day except Tuesday. So 6 days out of 7 in the week. And the sales are handwritten. The Broad Acres location, which is only operated about 2 or 3 days a week, there was no indication that the taxpayer recorded their sales from the Broad Acres location. So what they ended up doing was when they went to report to department, they took their Eastern location sales and just added an arbitrary number to represent their Broad Acres location, and then that's how they reported to the department. Upon audit, and this was confirmed by both the auditor and the ALJ, went back and recreated what the auditor did to confirm this information. What ended up happening was when you look at their sales journals, it actually was the Eastern location sales journals had higher numbers than what was reported to the department. This showed to the ALJ that they weren't adding an arbitrary number, and in fact, they were underreporting even the Eastern location. And so the ALJ did 3 things that the taxpayer has not shown that was improper or has shown erroneous in any way. The first thing that she did was look directly at the sales journals. It didn't have double sales, as I said, because it was actually understated. So there was no arbitrary number added. The second thing that she did was she tried to isolate that arbitrary number, but there was too much underreporting, and she couldn't figure out where they were adding the Broad Acres location numbers in reports to the department. The other thing that she did was she looked at the 2019 earnings. And so she saw that Broad Acres and the Eastern location made comparable sales, even though one was operated only 3 days a week. And so the taxpayer's argument that the Eastern location sales were substantially higher than the Broad Acres location had no merit. They were actually comparable. And so when the auditor went in and looked at the Eastern location numbers in order to determine the Broad Acres location numbers, that the ALJ said was proper because those sales are comparable. And the taxpayer argued that by doing this, they were essentially getting double tax because they've already paid for the Broad Acres location, but that is simply not true in terms of the evidence that they submitted. The ALJ looked at this and she determined that they can't be getting double tax because they were underreporting from the get-go. And so there was the deficiency, which resulted in $11,881.18 in tax. There was no double tax present. And so for that reason, we asked this commission to uphold that $11,881.18 in tax, $1,188.13 in penalties. And I would ask that this commission uphold interest up until the date of their decision, with the exception that ALJ Hansen waived interest from January 1st, 2021 through March 5th, 2021. Thank you. And I am open for any questions that you may have.
I'd like to go back to the taxpayer and his interpreter. Change my view here. Is the interpreter still? Yes, I can see her. Would you please translate to the taxpayer that his request for a continuance to this point has been denied?
Absolutely, one second. La comisionada está dejándole saber que su petición para continuar esta situación se le ha sido negada.
Okay.
Okay? He understands.
And would you ask him if he could tell the commission why he feels that the decision that the law judge came to should be overturned?
Understood. One second. La comisionada está preguntando que si por favor usted pueda explicarle a los comisionados por qué no está usted de acuerdo con la decisión que tomó la juez administrativa y cuál fue el error que usted siente que se hizo que la juez no halló durante la audiencia.
Nosotros lo que hacíamos que el tax lo juntamos, o sea, venía a reportar junto y traía mi nota. Es tanto del rodajes y tanto de Easter.
Okay, permítame. So what he's stating is that when in his journal, he was writing down the sales for both the Broad Acres location and the Eastern location together. Continúo, por
Sí.
favor.
Entonces cuando yo venía a pagar los taxes, iba yo directamente al departamento. Entonces lo que ellos me decían, si eran tanto, me costaban, porque ya lo que vendemos por semana son 3,000, 2,500.
He is further explaining how he would come to the department monthly, cada mes, to remit his taxes.
Sí, porque entonces nomás teníamos un espacio. Entonces lo que hacíamos, si eran 3,000 y el otro eran 16,000, lo hacíamos y juntábamos todo junto.
He stated that if he sold 3,000 in one location and 6,000 in the other, he would remit together on one form. Okay.
Porque ya, o sea, cuando yo iba a pagar, me dijeron, ¿por qué para pagar separado? Me dijeron que no, porque como nomás era yo el dueño, entonces me pusieron allí el número que era y se juntaba junto.
Okay, he's stating that he was told by the department to report and remit one figure on a monthly basis. Okay.
Y por eso, y después cuando yo hice mis taxes, me dijeron que no siguió taxes, pero sí están juntos, los dos taxes, de los dos.
Cuando usted hizo sus taxes federales
Yo
o
hago
estatales.
los dos,
Okay.
porque siempre los pongo
Pero
separados.
¿cómo va a comprobarle a los comisionados? Ellos quieren entender cómo usted tiene, qué comprobante tiene usted. What I'm asking him is that what proof does he have that he did indeed keep separate sales? ¿Qué comprobante tiene?
Excuse me, I think those are questions that the commissioners would prefer to ask.
Okay.
So if you could tell him that this is his opportunity to persuade the commission to vote in his favor, and anything that he has.
Lo que la comisión está pidiendo que esta es su oportunidad de hacer que los comisionados voten a favor de usted.
Sí.
¿Qué les quiere decir?
Okay, pues yo lo único que les pido es que me dejen, ¿cómo se llama? Retener mis papeles para atrás para poder explicarles, porque como así memoria, pues no me lo...
Pero eso no puede usted remitir, porque lo único que podemos usar es la información que usted nos dio para la auditación.
Sí.
Entonces, esa información es lo único que podemos usar y eso ya lo tiene el auditor.
Sí.
O el departamento ya lo tiene. Si
Okay.
tiene otras cosas, no la puede remitir porque ya se hizo la auditación.
Yo entiendo. No,
Ms. Arceo, are you asking him just to provide more information?
Yes, sorry. I apologize.
aunque lo que estamos, como lo estoy diciendo, porque todos mis papeles los están en el no sé cómo haría el...
¿Quién es el este?
El Charles.
Okay, what he is asking the commission, and I'm just going to translate word for word. He is asking for the opportunity for him to get his documents back from the Aztec tax solution business so that he can review them. Para que usted lo revise,
Sí.
usted quiere que
Cuando-
Assoc lo regrese.
Sí, me están cobrando 1,500 porque me den mis papeles para atrás.
Okay, because they want $1,500 in addition to what he's already paid so that they can release the documents back to the taxpayer.
Thank you, commissioners.
Chairman, Percy, could I ask a quick question?
Yes.
I'm a
Commissioner.
little bit confused here. So he's asking for more time to get documentation. Is this documentation that that wasn't presented in his original case that the
Usted quiere más tiempo para
law judge made her determination on?
de información que se le dio a la audiencia con la juez?
Sí, sí, me pueden dar, o sea, nada más para revisar, porque la muchacha en la que me va a cuidar, ella tiene mi abogado.
Ok, pero esta información ya se le dio a la juez, ¿correcto? Ok.
Sí, esa se la dio
Eso
la
es lo
juez.
que el comisionado está preguntando.
Sí, por eso es que hoy porque yo este papel, mire, yo no sabía que me lo iban a dar ya desde cuándo. Y fue porque el viernes, y lo que me dieran exactamente, yo vine el viernes a pedir ¿cómo se llama? Con el que reporto cada mes, porque le pedí el de enero y no me lo quiso dar. Dijo que no, que tenía que pagar. Entonces yo le hablé a Yuri, que está aquí adentro, que si me podía dar el papel.
Ok.
Y
Pero el comisionado está preguntando que si usted quiere los documentos que se le dieron a la jueza durante la audiencia.
Sí, para poder nosotros, para poder poner todo lo nuestro. A ver qué es lo que hizo él.
Where the taxpayer keeps on repeating himself, basically he wants the documentation once presented to the ALJ through the hearing to be given back to him because he has found a second representative who is willing to review the documents to determine where, if there was an error, where can the error be picked up and fixed.
So what you're saying is that it's the same information that the administrative law judge has already reviewed and made a determination on. He just wants somebody else to look at it for him.
Let me confirm that. Entonces lo que usted está pidiendo que se le dé toda la información que la juez administrativa revisó para que usted se lo lleve a un segundo representante
Sí, a mi abogado,
y ellos
sí,
le
correcto.
revisen. That is correct, Commissioner Wren. He is requesting that he can gather the data so that he can now take it to a second representative who is willing to help him out with this.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure that's necessary, but thank you for the information.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Are there other questions?
Commissioner Byram,
Yes,
make
Commissioner
a
Byram.
comment. I think unfortunately, this is an expensive lesson to the taxpayer on keeping good records for their business.
Una lección para usted.
Sí, yo sé.
Le va a costar un poco de dinero.
Sí, yo sé.
And unfortunately, when the Department of Taxation needs to audit and the records aren't available, they have to use the best information that they can obtain. They have to do some estimating and some extrapolation, and the window of opportunity to continue to argue this is closed. And then there's a hearing and there's no opportunity to rehash the same lack of information. So I would, I'm inclined to make a motion to deny the appeal and rule in favor of the state.
Commissioner Wren, I second that.
It's been moved and seconded now to deny the taxpayers' appeal of the ALJ's decision. Is there any further discussion?
This is Commissioner Witt. Go ahead.
Commissioner Lippman just wants to point out that I'm going to support that motion, but that the taxpayer does have, after this is concluded, then can potentially, if it's appropriate, pursue an offer in compromise if he has additional information that's compelling that perhaps shows doubt as to liability. And the department, of course, will hear that and look at the information and evaluate a potential offer and compromise. But regarding this decision, unfortunately, the time is, the taxpayer had a burden to have records. And as Commissioner Byram said, if they don't produce the records, the department has no alternative but to try to come up with a reasonable amount, which I think they did under the circumstances.
Commissioner Witt, thank you, Commissioner Littman. Commissioner Witt.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that in these kind of situations, there's numerous apps that are available that take all the questioning out of a business entity and their record keeping, especially at these kind of venues. And so my suggestion is, in the future, they could get an app and it will document all the sales in a manner that makes it much more affordable and efficient to document what's actually going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? We have a motion and a second on the floor then to deny the taxpayers' appeal of the ALJ's decision. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Unanimous then. Thank you very much. And to the translator, thank you for helping us. And would you please thank the taxpayer for appearing and tell him that he is, that the avenue is open for him to come back to the department to make an offer and compromise regarding his debt. Ms. Flatley. We have just a few more things to talk about, I think.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. Item 6, informational items. Those have been provided in your packet and they're for your information only and there's no action required at this time. That's items 6A and B. Item 7 is the briefing from the executive director, and Director Hughes left some notes for me and I will try to stick to the word brief. The first item is to welcome Commissioner Rotifer back into the world of taxation. Commissioner Rotifer brought in his Nevada Property Tax Manual, copyright 1993, from when he was at the Attorney General's office. So this will be stored in the bookcases outside the director's office. Thank you for bringing that in and welcome.
That's what happens when you actually search through boxes in your house. You find stuff that's 20 plus years old.
Next, today is the beginning of the Governor's Employee Appreciation Week. Mixley Arambula's work there, as well as Lizette Arceo, that's a great example of how the department employees step in to help taxpayers as issues come up during their day. So thank you to them, but we're also thanking all of our staff. We have some events planned during the week. And we made certificates to show appreciation to all of the staff. So Tina, thank you for your hard work. And we ordered these pens that say State of Nevada Department of Taxation Employee Appreciation 2022. So everybody will get one of those too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your hard work, Tina. March 9th, 2022, the department attended the Governor's Finance Office Budget Kickoff Meeting. And we were given instructions on preparing the next biennium 2023-2025 agency request budgets. The department's budget is required to be submitted September 1st. Non-budgetary bill draft requests, which include housekeeping and substantive changes to existing statutes, are due by May 20th. The department is beginning to prepare our proposed budget for the biennium, and the executive director will provide an overview at a future meeting of the budget proposal and the BDRs. The next session of the legislature, the 82nd session, begins February 6, 2023. It seems like we just ended, and ends June 6, 2023. From the last legislative session, AB 443 created the joint interim standing committees that parallel the standing committees established by the legislature during the regular biennial sessions. The bill authorized these joint interim committees to review matters within the jurisdiction of their corresponding standing committees from the preceding regular session of the legislature, and to conduct studies directed by the legislature and the Legislative Commission. And they required the committees to report to each regular session of the legislature when it resumes. The joint interim committees receive reports and public comment, debate public policy issues, and formulate recommendations for new legislation in the next legislative session. The Joint Interim Standing Committee on Revenue is made up of 5 members from the Assembly Revenue Committee and 3 members from the Senate Revenue and Economic Development Committee. They've started meeting in January, and they've so far held 4 meetings, which the department has appeared at all 4. We've presented at 3 of those meetings. The first meeting was on sales and use tax and liquor tax, and the deputy director over compliance, as well as the tax manager over excise, assisted in those presentations with Director Hughes and myself. The next meeting we presented on cannabis tax, and most recently we presented on commerce tax. They'll meet several more times, and right now we don't have any invitations, but we are expected to be asked to come back and present on other tax types that they request. And that concludes the briefing that Director Hughes left. Agenda item. Oh, you're welcome, Chairperson. I'm sorry.
Did you have something else to say, Ms. Blackman?
I was going to move on to the last agenda items.
Thank you.
Agenda item 8 is the next meeting date. It's just like this month's statutory meeting. It's June. It'll be June 27th. Has to be held the business day closest to, or business day following June 25th. So that'll be June 27, 2022. Item 9, public comment.
And if there is any public comment, please dial *9 to be put into the queue or raise your hand in Zoom. And I do not see any public comment.
And none in Carson or Las Vegas. So item 10, items for future agendas.
Do any of the commission members have any items for future agendas? Hearing none. I don't remember that we have to have a motion to adjourn. Do I just declare the meeting adjourned and say thank you very much, everybody, for making my first meeting very, very easy?
And thank you, Chair Bursey, for stepping in as the chair for today's meeting.
You're welcome. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Bye.